Hello, everybody. It's 1:00 p.m. on Tuesday. Starting a little early. And we're going to try doing a little earlier in the day these live streams. Because I think the magic time is probably around noon, thereabouts. Hey, Cabbage Head. Pretty things will be drawn today. Very pretty things. That's right. Just me. Hello. Thanks for coming. So, show you what I changed last night. A couple of tweaks. Still kind of playing with this a little bit. Not entirely sure where I want to go from here with this piece, but I'm going to do a little bit more work on this, and then I'm going to start a new piece. But one thing I did was I added a glow to the vines, and I reduced the color a little bit, so they've got a bit more of kind of a sort of a like a virginal white. They're not really very solidly green. They're almost like new sprouts. So when you get like that first sprout that comes out of the dirt, it has a bit of a lighter color. So I decided to make that a little less prevalent, because also as I add more colors to the piece, the green is starting to fight a little bit. So as I always say, when you add, you have to take away. So there's a balancing act. So I pulled away a little bit of that green that's in the vines, and I think that added a little bit more of a mystical air to what happened. I also intensified the darker values in the background. So I got more of a glow behind her and a bit of a darker back region in the sort of, just basically bordering the image. I still have to add the colors of the bed frame, which is a little bit in limbo because I'm deciding what I want to do with that in terms of the how it matches what I've already done with these revised pieces, because I reduced the colors of the bed so that it's basically just kind of an off-white gray and blue. But previously I had a few more colors on the bed because I figured, with a patient bed that's in a children's hospital, it might have more colors on it, but the multitude of colors causes me some trouble once I combine it together with some of the other more spectacularly colorful events that occur, kind of like this one. And so I wanted to reduce the colors a little bit on the bed so it's not quite so crazy. It doesn't conflict too much. But the problem is that on a plane, once it converts into a plane, I want to have a few more colors. So it's kind of like the colors change a little bit. So I'm still figuring that out. So those are going to, I'm gonna address those probably a little bit later on. But at this point in time, I'm basically just trying to work on how to make this piece a little bit more magical. So one thing that I know that I still want to add to this, I also reduced the background detail behind Sarah here. So that was another thing too, is there wasn't really a very good balance between them. Sometimes when you're pacing between scenes, you want to have kind of it's like you're taking a breath. You're breathing in, you're breathing out with these pieces. You don't want everything to be loud. You want things to kind of have a balance. Go back and forth. So the loudness of what was going on the left with Sarah, because I had kind of a darker background, was causing too much of a conflict with what's going on the right, which is a little bit more intense, right? So if I want the right to be more intense, I need the left to be a bit quieter. So I eliminated most of the background behind Sarah here. So that's another thing that I did. So one thing I'm going to do real quick here is I want to get to her eyes because there are some details I want to do with her eyes. First of all, they're supposed to glow. I got to check and see where I am with my layers here because I'm not sure how many I can make at this point. All right. All right, I'm going to turn off a few layers here. I've got a paper texture that I put over everything. That's this layer here. There's the vine glow right here. And there's the line. By the way, I'm listening to the awesome Mitch Murder. I can never get enough Mitch Murder. It's just incredible. This incredible music artist who does these kind of cheesy, sort of late 80s, early 90s sounding tracks that they're just, nothing really captures that feeling quite like Mitch Murder. He's got, it's funny because it is cheesy, but it's also, I think maybe because it I don't know. It's just it's nostalgic, but it's also very modern and it's fun. I don't know. I like it. I find it inspiring. Anyway, so I'm gonna turn off a bunch of these layers, and I want to just focus on her eyes here for a minute. I'm gonna eliminate the shine that I have on here because I don't think it's working very well. And then we're gonna take this one step at a time. Eyes are one of those funny things where you kind of want to have. You want to have a sort of a deep contrast in eyes if you want to make them look mysterious, right? Turn off my glow. Let's just go down to the base here. I think I'm going to eliminate this third line. So her eyes do change depending on the resolution of the image. So if I'm really close up on her eyes, I will draw this like third line in here. I keep her pupils pretty small. So if you draw very large pupils, the character will have a bit more of a kind of youthful and demure expression because they appear a bit more relaxed because this would be like a really dilated pupil, right? And a dilated pupil indicates that a character is more at peace with what's happening, right? So if I use kind of a more dilated pupil, that conveys a different energy, right? And in this scene, I don't want her to look peaceful or relaxed. I want her to kind of look excited. And so I'm working with a smaller pupil size for this. It's almost animal-like in how small it is. So there's a lot of the iris, and there's very, very little of the pupil. So for those of you who are unfamiliar with the eye anatomy, the pupil is the kind of the black bit in the middle, and the iris is the colorful part that surrounds it. So what I want to do is clarify the colors here a little bit, clarify the gradient. I'm just going to clean this up. So her eyes gradate from green to like a bluish purple. Oh, this is on a separate layer. Where is this mess? Where is this mess? There it is. Okay, I'm just going to eliminate that. All right. So the first thing that I do with the eyes to get them a bit richer is I go down. I do a gradient, usually from the top to bottom, depending on how the light is coming into the scene. So it's dark at the top and it's light at the bottom. But I also have a color shift that occurs. So I gotta get to this pretty rich blue. Be very, very careful when working with dark blues or purples. Anything that's kind of dark and bluish, be very, very careful with that. Because when it prints, it's very easy for that to just look black. It just goes completely to black. So you see a lot of nuance in the color on the screen, but when it goes to print, You'll see what I mean. It'll just look way too dark. And a lot of people find that out a bit too late, once it's already printed. Of course, when books go to print, you should definitely get proofs made, which is proofs are a kind of a test print before they actually go and make the official print. Now, proofs are usually made using like a laser printer or some kind of method that's easy to do a one-off print, because the reason that you do the proofs is because once the plates are made for doing offset printing, you're stuck. Okay. Hey, Froggy with Fries. Love that name. Froggy with Fries. Okay, you're right up there with Tater Tot Tunes. Tater Tot Tunes and Froggy with Fries. I hope to see both of you in every one of these. You will make me smile every day. Can't get enough of these names. So when you have something that goes to offset press, they have to make very expensive plates, right? Once the plates are made, you're stuck. And the plates are what indicate kind of the right levels of contrast and value that will come from each color, right? So if things look a little bit too dark, if they're if you got those dark blues, those dark purples and whatever that are just a little bit too intense, then you're stuck with it. Okay, so the idea is to get them done using a printing method that is you can produce a one-off, right? So because when you produce the plates, it's very expensive to do, so you wouldn't do that and just do one set and then have to redo the plates if you made a change. You want to do like a laser print or something that would be very, very close looking to the offset press, because it uses the same color language, the CMYK, right? So you can see how that looks in print, and if that looks good, it's going to look pretty similar when it gets to the offset press. So just be very, very careful with those blues, because they will cause you trouble. All right, now I'm going to get the shadow in here, which is mostly done already, but I want to play a little bit with the positioning of it. Because as you can see, the eyes are a little too sleepy, and I do want her to look a bit more excited about what's happening, right? So the way that you make somebody look excited, at least through the eyes, is you want to make sure that there's a fair gap between the pupil and the top lid. The more of a gap there is, the more excited the expression is going to appear. Because the pupil, the distance between the pupil and the lid is kind of how we determine somebody's state of mind through their eyes, like how wide open their eyes are. Because when somebody is, say scared, or they're a bit nervous about something, the eyes will tend to open a little bit wider, right? We open our eyes a little bit wider, and so we'll see more of the color of the eye above the pupil. Now, in the case of the dream girl, she is kind of a magical being, and she's, you can kind of see a galaxy in her expression, right? And so I need to make sure that she has that excitement and magic in the eyes, because I've got these eyes that are huge. They're like a big canvas that I can paint on. So I want to make them as interesting as possible. And I also want to make sure that they separate from Sarah's eyes. Okay. Because Sarah is, a human being. She's different. She does not have this kind of whimsical fantasy nature about her. And I need to make sure that separates. Because again, as you add, you take away. So as I add more of a whimsical look for the dream girl, I want to not have quite that same expression in Sarah. So Sarah's expressions are a lot more hopeful. They're a lot more longing. There's a sort of hopeful neediness to her eyes, and the dream girl is more confident. So it's a very different emotional state between them. I'm just moving over the pupil here because the positioning of it is not where I want it to be. You'll notice these very, very subtle little changes that you can make in the eyes have tremendous effect. It's extremely, it's an expensive region, right? In the sense that changes that you make have a huge impact. So you want to make sure that you're very careful with the positioning of things like where the pupil is, where the iris is. And also this, if the eyes are a little bit offset, you will really notice, okay? Because this is where we look at a character. That's the first thing that we see are the eyes. The eyes are pretty much everything. And then from there, we look at the rest of the expression. What is where are their eyebrows? Where are, what is the shape of the mouth? What are their hands doing? These are all secondary to the ultimately important part, which is the eye expression. So eyes are pretty much everything. Get them right, and you've gotten a disproportionate amount of it correct. Since I've got a gradient here, I'm just going to blend. It's a little bit easier than trying to pick the exact colors and paint them in the right place here. All right, I got to get a darker blue here. I'm going to look for any excuse to show your screen name, Froggy with Fries. So thank you. Froggy with Fries. All right. A little bit darker. If you're trying to draw somewhat realistic characters like this, that are, we'll say, not super cartoony, right? It's worth it to spend the time to get the eyes to look right. I think that tends to pay off. You see how now the eyes look a little bit more open? So even though I've got the shadow in here, there's a bit more of an excited look to her. And I can make that more intense if I want to, but I think this is probably good. Okay. Now I also have this glow. It's a pupil glow. I'm going to keep it in the pupil. And I'm going to give the eyes a more intense glow also. One of them louder than the other. All right, I'm going to get a little bit of a very light green because the reflected light, actually let me get that in first. So I get my highlight layer, which is here. This is on top of the shadow layer. Whoops. Procreate likes to send me all over the place. All right, so what is basically the window light is gonna be right around there. Maybe I'll make a secondary light around here. A reflection is really just that. It is a reflection. So when you see the reflection itself, don't just think of it as a light spot that's on the eye. Think about what it's actually reflecting. So the eye is kind of like a mirror, right? It's like if you had a glass surface and you could see a reflection of the light that's shining at it, right? So make sure that the thing that's being reflected is essentially the scene that you're creating, right? So on the opposite side of her is the window, right, where the light is coming from. So I want to make sure that I've just got just that the window is visible in her eyes, as though her eyes were mirrors. If that makes sense. Well, except you should be on top of this. So that means that it shouldn't be a ball, because the window is not a ball, the window is a rectangle. But it can be tough to do this in a way that balances with the positioning of the eyes. So I'm going to play with this a little bit. Because remember also that the eyeball itself is curved. So as it reflects, it's going to go along with the shape of the eyeball itself. I'm not feeling this. I might try putting it a little lower. It's tough because on the right, I don't have a good position to match what's going on the left. So it's a little tricky. I'll try this. Oh, I cannot get enough Mitch Murder. I've got Mitch Murder here, and I've got David Lynch coffee. I mean, that's my day. That's my day made. Froggy with Fries says, any advice for a 2D artist trying to break into the games industry? Portfolio hiring advice. Loved your Insomniac and Platonic work. Thank you. Appreciate that. Advice. Well, it's, sometimes I get requests for some tips on that kind of thing, and I usually will respond with the same thing, which is it's pretty granular to give advice to people, because I think it depends on what you're trying to do. Because there's no sort of one piece of portfolio advice that I think anybody can genuinely give. If I were to try and offer that, what works for somebody might not work for you. So it really is more important, I think, to know more about what it is that you're trying to do, what you're trying to get into. And it's, when you're saying 2D art, for example, there are so many different things that you can do with 2D art. Many, many different options. And so if you wanted to do animation or sprite graphics, if you wanted to do concept art, if you want to do character design, vehicle design, environment design, if you were to do marketing art, I mean, there are so many different things that you can do. There's also, contract stuff that you can do for studios where you offer character design and that kind of thing. So if you're, but in general, once you start to kind of clarify where it is that you're trying to go, you can hone in a bit on your the things that you're spending your time practicing, right? Because you don't want to just, you don't want to waste your time preparing things that are not really going to help you. You know what I mean? So try and clarify a little bit more about what it is specifically that you're trying to do, because I think that's going to make a big difference for you. And if you like, you can give me some more information here, and I'll respond as I can. All right, one thing I want to do here is I want to give her eye kind of a magical glow here. I'm actually going to use an airbrush for this, which I normally don't do, because I'm trying to use media that works in harmony with the artistic style that I've chosen. In this case, it's you know, I'm using sort of a colored pencil look. And so having this sort of soft digital glow is really not something that I would be able to do with that. But I think I'm going to give it a try anyway. What I really love about making her eyes glow like this occasionally, and I'll keep it subtle. What I love about it is that it reminds the reader that this is not a human being. You know, she's kind of a hyper-real character. It's important, I think, that the reader understands that. All right, and I'm just going to sketch in just a little bit of like a lighter green color. So what happens is when you get a light that shines in like this, what happens is, this is extremely useful information here, what I'm about to give you here. So check this out. So the eyeball is just that. It's a ball, right? And whoops, come on, Procreate. The iris itself is covered in a lens like this, right? So if you use a contact, for example, then you're familiar with this, But there's this part that kind of is rounded a little bit differently than the rest of the eye. Then there's a hole inside here through which light passes, right? But as the light hits it, let's say it's coming from above, so the light hits like this, and it creates a little reflected ball of light there. The light continues to pass through, and then the brightest part of the iris is going to be opposite that, right? Does that make sense? If it's coming through the top here, this is going to be the lightest section, and this is going to be the darkest section, because the darkness is all going to be up here, right? And then it's going to get gradually lighter as it goes down. And then you got the pupil in here that'll be very dark, right? And then up here, you would have the highlight. Okay? Does that make sense? So that's very, very good to understand so that you can realize how things are, how things should look, even if it's, a 2D stylized drawing like this. Try and understand that when that highlight comes in there, opposite that is going to be a lighter tone. So I'm going to paint in a lighter tone here, opposite the highlight. And I like to get a little lip of like a bright spot right next to the pupil. One, it accentuates the pupil, which is darker. And it also suggests the shape of this, because the pupil is a hole, right? It goes back into the head. So yeah, I want to get a little bit of that kind of brighter color there. And since the light is not coming, it's not hitting her from above, right? It's kind of hitting from the front. That lighter color is actually going to go up relatively high on the light, toward the top of her eyeball. Oh, what? I'm painting with the wrong color. What is going on there? How did that get selected? Okay, definitely be using a lighter color there. So you can see how that just pops right out. So you're interested in promotional illustration, character art, concept design. It's what you're most interested in. Character turnarounds, character concepts. And you're working freelance now, doing promo art for a handful of small indie games and merch for Betty Boop Popeye brands. Nice. Okay. Yeah, I mean, if you're doing concept art right now and you do have clients, you're doing the right thing. It's tough. Getting more work is difficult because, of course, you have a tremendous amount of competition. There's a lot of people who want to do this kind of thing, so it's a little bit challenging to, um, yeah, it's a little bit challenging to make it work because you're having to compete with people who are also ambitious and want to, they want to do this kind of thing for a living. So that's a little difficult, but if you just keep pushing, and you keep making more connections, don't turn down jobs that don't seem terribly appealing to you as opportunities come up, and just make sure you're continuing to refine your abilities because everything that you think you can do well, you'll learn how to do better in time. It's just the way it goes. As I look back on my older artwork, I mean, because that's what I'm doing here. I'm revising older artwork that's not as good, and it's just in need of improvement before it goes to print. So, there's a constant improvement process that you really have to go through just to make sure that you're brought up to speed. So, another thing that you can do that I think is just really generally good advice is to make sure that you're making an effort to connect with people who are at the places you want to work. This is really not terribly hard to do, and people, you know, depending on the person, they'll be more or less easier to approach. Um, some people are fine with it, some people are not. But the point is, try and reach out to people who are at the companies that you want to work for, and just talk to them. Just say, "Hey, look, I'm trying to get in here. What can you help me with? What are the connections you can help me make?" And just do that one step at a time until you're able to get your foot in the door there. Because no one's going to know really what every company needs more than people who are there already. And the thing too is remember that when you're applying to a job, right? If you are just kind of going through the standard application process, your portfolio is going to be mixed in with other people's, and it might be a little bit harder to get noticed. And you have to remember that at a lot of companies, to assist with going through potential hires, companies are going to have HR staff go through and check out portfolios. So the problem with this is that HR staff are not necessarily trained to look for specifics that the art team may be looking for. So sometimes good applicants might not even make their way to the art team if they get stopped in HR first. So that can be a little bit challenging, and it's why I do recommend you kind of go right to the people with whom you want to work, find out who they are, and then reach out to them. You can get this information uh, usually relatively easily. I mean, a lot of it can be found from sites like LinkedIn and things like that. Don't be obnoxious with people, but be persistent and just remember that everybody that you're talking to is they have things that they're trying to do as well, and sometimes people get busy. Uh, I mean, I remember being at Insomniac and some of my other jobs where there would be applicants that would come in for stuff, and it would be like everybody was just busy with something. It would be, they'd be, it's like, oh, somebody's got a meeting, or somebody else is running off to lunch, or somebody else is, missing from their desk, and that would be when HR would send an applicant to say that the department head, and then the department head would say, hey, what does everybody think about this person? And that email may get lost in a sea of other emails. And maybe they would, maybe people would see it if a conversation kind of got going about somebody, but it would have to really be impressive to the team, I think, to capture people's attention. Otherwise, it's one of those things where people would eventually get to it if you keep pestering them. But you know how it is. It's like people get so occupied in what they're doing, and then if you kind of make that one application, it might never get seen, and then people kind of get the idea that, well, the company wasn't impressed with my work, or there's no place for me there. But sometimes it really is just as simple as they really just didn't see it. And so it's good to be persistent, and that's another reason that I suggest strongly that you make an effort to connect with people at the company. because it's going to make a big difference for you. So I hope that's useful information. I think I'm going to try adding... I don't know if I want to do this. I was thinking about adding some more color into the background. Reach my layer max. That always happens. Every one of these. Try to find some layers that I can cut back on, or that I can combine rather. All right, I might just get rid of these sparklies. This is what happens. I actually have to eliminate things. But if what I want to do here works, then I'll be a little less. There'd be less of a need for those. So let's just see what we can do here. It's kind of a neat effect to have a little bit of abstract color gradient work in the background, so long as it doesn't tear away from the proper focus of the piece. You know, it needs to add to it. Be careful not to add tangents while I do this. It's very easy to end up with bad tangents. And if you've been listening to me, you know I hate tangents. There's nothing worse. Getting a little bit more music in the background there. So you're based in the UK. You're hoping to eventually make some rare connections. Only a chance to speak with Grant, Kev, and Dave Wise. And they all have left. Yeah. Yeah, right. Well, rare is a very different place now than what it used to be. So it's still there. And, you know, if that's your goal, is getting in there, then, you know, that's, you should be persistent with it. But you already know that, right? One of the big challenges that people have when you're making some sort of an effort to get into a studio is that it's not really only about your skills. in terms of your artistic skills. It has to kind of be the right time for the company. And you also have to worry a little bit that you're going to be competing with people's friend recommendations. I think we brought this up just the other day on the stream. So remember that, as I advise you to kind of reach out and make connections with people at the studio, remember that other people are probably doing the same thing. And so you're kind of having to compete with people who are maybe being pushed in a little bit unnaturally because they're connected with somebody at the studio. And so that can be kind of difficult. So even if you have a really good portfolio and you're just right for them, you kind of have to deal with that. So that can be tricky. Let's see what else we got here. It's fun when you get to this point of a painting because you can start really just having fun with it, not having to worry about, is the concept conveyed, is everything kind of properly drawn. What I need to have shown here is shown, and now it's my opportunity to amplify what's here and maybe do some things that are just decorative in nature. Hey there, that one person. Yeah, I'm kind of adding this little starburst in here, which I had not really intended to have, but as I'm doing it, I'm liking it more. The trick with this stuff, adding this kind of thing, having it look, I guess, good, is to make sure that there's a variance in its application. Because one of the pitfalls of digital art is that it's it's so easy to kind of have a repetitive use of tools that don't really look too natural. So it's good if you can try and vary up the size and shape of things wherever possible. Create more visual interest. Oh, Mitch Murder is so beautifully cheesy. I have to be careful with the starburst that I don't make it into a light source. Because if so, I'm going to confuse the shading on the character. Because I've been pretty clear that the light's coming from the front. So I want to make sure that the background just amplifies what's going on in the front. I don't want to go too nuts. And since it is getting a little bit busy, I might have to balance it. All right, so that's with, that's without. I don't know what I think. Let me turn it down a little bit. All right, I'll merge that. The character looks so pretty. Yeah, this is, thank you. This is a fun character to draw. Oh man, I think I'm going to give her a little bit more of a shadow, a deeper shadow. All these Mitch Murder listings are like one song, so I keep having to restart them. All right. Okay, so I sometimes do this where I have, in fact, I've been pretty much doing it on every one of these spreads, where I will do a second shadow layer. And on the second shadow layer, I do what is basically an ambient occlusion effect. So I go into kind of the dark regions where there's two shapes that are kind of colliding together here. And they would, in the crack, they would get a little bit darker, right? And I just add a little bit of additional shadow for contrast. And it kind of just deepens the shadow itself. It's a little tough to see what's happening as I do this, but when I turn on and off the layer, I think it becomes pretty clear. All right, so if I turn that layer on and off, you can kind of see what it's doing here. That's off, that's on. Off, on. So it just makes things pop a little bit more. And I think it adds a bit more contrast, which will help it separate from the background. Because as the background gets a little busier, I need to balance it. Make sure it's not getting too busy. By the way, what I'm doing here happens all the time, where I intend to move on to a new illustration, but then I get caught up fixing up the one that I've been working on with some new ideas. And this will happen also with pieces that are considered done when I come back to them later on. Try not to neglect doing good environment detail. When I first got started with this, I thought one way that I'll save time is by focusing pretty much exclusively on characters. I keep the background really simple. And what ended up happening was, if you only have characters, it's kind of uninteresting. You want to have a contrast. Now, if you do too much with the background, then you can end up wasting way too much time, because backgrounds can really take a long time to do. I mean, everything can take a little bit too long to do if you waste your time, or you put your focus where it shouldn't really be put. But for the most part, you've got to have a nice contrast between them. When is the plan release for the book? Actually, next month. Next month, it's not going to be, the book is not going to be available, but I'm going to be doing a Kickstarter campaign. So I don't know exactly what date, but make sure that you're subscribed or whatever. Just follow me on social media, or go to dreamprisonpress.com and join up on the mailing list. And I will let you know when it goes live. And that's going to be where I'm going to be selling the book. So the thing is, I've got to see how the interest is with Dreamside, because this, unlike Yucca, which is my last book, it does not have the benefit of an existing fan base. So Yucca, I could put it out there, and people who like ukulele would find, would most likely find the project interesting. So there was a lot less effort on my part that had to go into making sure that the project is appealing for people. But in this case, I'm trying to create something brand new, and it's really difficult when you have a new property like this, especially one that's this time-consuming and this epic. It's 6 books. It's a long story. It's got so much content to it, and as you can see, the art is painstakingly created. So to get something like this and to put it out there is pretty scary, to be honest. It's actually kind of terrifying, because if it doesn't work, at all, for example, then you could say that, all right, well, I should have spent my time doing something else, right? And so everything is a gamble, right, with this. And if it doesn't work out, then I need to do something else, and that's a lot of lost time that I have to catch up on. So the Dreamside Kickstarter is going to have to do well in order for me to continue with the series in a very serious way. I'll never give up on this, because it's something I created a long time ago that I love, and I really want to see it get finished. And I'll do it, but it'll take forever. It'll be a hobby project that I get to it when I can, and then I'll do it that way. But it's always going to have to take second stage to whatever it is that I have to prioritize at that time. So we'll see how it does. But I would really like to know that there are people out there who would be interested in this original concept, because this is one of many that I have, and I have enough original stuff to take up the rest of my life. and I would like to get to it. And as much as I love doing the game books, don't get me wrong, they're great, but I really would like to give it a go at doing these original properties, which was actually the reason that I set out in the first place to do all this. The reason that I left my job and everything was to, actually, it was originally for Dreamside specifically. So it was literally for this project. Man, it doesn't get any better than Mitch Murder. Right, I think I'm going to... Alright, I'm going to merge her hair colors down because I need more layers. Alright, let me get some of the bed detail in here. Pillows are mostly white, I think. Let's take a look. Want to see what the other piece is looking like that I was working on the other day? Sure you do. There's where that is right now. So you can see I did a bit more work on this one. Oh, pillows are blue, that's right. Yeah, so this is where this one is, which I think is more detailed than what you saw before. Froggy with Fries. Remember getting Mitch's permission to use his music in a video for Mega 64 for years back. Awesome. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So he's been doing this thing for a while. That's cool that you're aware of who he is. And yeah, it's funny because I did actually check because I was curious as to what he thought about this, but it turns out on his Twitter page he said that his music is free for streaming. So anyway, I'm just trying to remind myself what colors some of these things were. I don't worry too much about matching perfectly. It's just not something I care about. Not for this. It's important to some degree, but it's less important than it is for, say, animation. Where you have, like, if you don't get the colors right, it really looks very odd, scene by scene. But in this case, because there's so much color temping and post-effects stuff that I do anyway, with these, all the, illustration by illustration always just changes. And so there's so much variation that I don't worry about getting the colors exactly the same. And I also change the colors up artistically in the sense that, sometimes I use gradients in different ways. I might add a little bit of pink to a particular color, or I might have, a little bit more, I might mute the color a bit. And then in other pages, it might be a bit oversaturated. So it really just depends on, the needs of the particular illustration. So I try and get I want to make it logically connected in the sense that, like, I'll make this pillow blue, but it might not be exactly the same color as the pillow on the next page, because it just doesn't really matter. Just doesn't matter. All right, I'm just gonna temporarily color the make these opaque white. All right, with that selected, I can eliminate that shadow. So select this region, and then I'll take out this purple down here. Whoops, I want to go with the vine. Or the flower. So this is contributing to that vignette effect which is another thing that adds to color variance. Because there are things that will kind of fade to white. So in one panel, they might be full color, in another, they will be faded out like this. I always wondered how popular Mitch Berger was. Yes, this is a... Yes, right, the bed flies, yes. It turns into a plane. And actually, that's what I'm going to jump onto, is another illustration where the plane is about to take off. It's a really important scene. Kind of one of the most iconic images from the story. So I've got to nail it. Yeah, the flying bed, the reason that that's such a kind of a key image for Dreamside is that it's the moment in the story when the character um, breaks out of the hospital room and enters into this fantasy world. And it's a pretty magical scene because I don't jump right in. The story kind of really takes its time getting to this point, where we kind of get the sense that the character is stuck in the hospital and wants to get out, but is stuck. And so that this scene is really impactful because it's where the thing that she dreams will happen happens, and we can kind of see it in literal terms. And it's a little surprising because you never really know which way stories like this will go. It's like, will it go literal? Will it kind of be something that is, in the character's head? And while I don't really want to spoil anything or get into too many details with that, what I will say is that, at least in terms of the way that it's perceived, what's happening here is very literal. And so I want it to be something that just kind of really excites Sarah because she's seeing kind of the impossible become possible. It's very exciting for her. Hey, there's Michael McCarthy. There's my good buddy Mike. My good buddy Mike, who I really need to catch up with. Mike, we got to get you to jump into one of these streams. Michael is my composer friend who is doing music for Dreamside, has done music for Dreamside, and is putting together some degree of a soundtrack album that we're looking at as a stretch goal for the Kickstarter campaign. So it'd be really cool because if we hit that stretch goal, we'll be able to produce an actual music CD that will have a sort of a thematic soundtrack that will follow the story of the book. And I would love to do this for every story, you know. So Michael, who's done just wonderful work and has a really nice vibe for Dreamside, seems to understand kind of the core of the story. You know, Michael and I go way back. So it would be very exciting to kind of be able to get this sort of thematic soundtrack that goes throughout the entire story that ties along with the book, so that you can not only listen to the music while you read the book and have a sort of music accompaniment to what you're reading, but also it's something that when you're not reading the book and you kind of want to go back to the experience of what it feels like to read Dreamside, you can listen to the music and get a sense for being back in that world. So I think it's I think it's a great way to amplify the experience of reading a book. You know, when I talked to Mike, one of the things that I really miss about working with, motion media, stuff like, animation, one of the things I really miss about that is being able to incorporate music, because music is really such a huge, huge part of the emotional impact of something. A lot of that comes down to music. And, I've often said in the past that 90% of a scene's emotional impact comes from the music. And so that's something that when I moved to books, it was kind of a pretty big sacrifice for me, because I really, really like working with music and letting it amplify the power of a scene. Books are challenging in that regard. They kind of remove that tool that I was so accustomed to using. So it's kind of cool to figure out ways to still use music, even though it's a book project. So that's kind of an interesting little experiment there. So we'll see how that works out. But anyway, it'll be really great to get support for the project to the point that we can hit that stretch goal, because I know that Mike's excited about doing music. He's done some amazing stuff in the past. If you did experience any of the video series that we did back a few years ago, that was all Mike doing that music. So he's got a lot of experience with the project already, and has written a lot of theme work and everything that we didn't even get into sharing publicly too. There's a lot of stuff there that that we want to dip back into and make a really impactful soundtrack, so that the story will resonate beyond the page. So anyway, give us lots of money so I can give Michael some money. And Michael's so generous. He whenever I talk to him, it's always funny when we have those discussions about things like payment and money, and we're both so excited just to be working on it that we'll have these conversations and be like, oh yeah, I guess we got to kind of figure that out a little bit. But Michael hasn't figured out that he's supposed to ask people for money. But that's what makes Michael such a good guy. Michael, I'm listening to Mitch Murder, who I've been talking about this whole time. I cannot get enough of Mitch Murder. There are musicians and bands that kind of capture that nostalgic 80s vibe fairly commonly now. But Mitch Murder has a really distinct flair. It's hard to describe, and when I do describe it, it sounds awful. But he basically makes like 90s infomercial music, But I mean, that's really kind of how to describe it. It's almost like the kind of music that would be in the background of um, like corporate training videos. And it's just, I don't know what the deal is with it, but it's so wonderful. And I'm not alone in this. Like other people like it, but again, if you describe it as um, corporate training video music, it doesn't really appeal. But the music is incredible. It's so distinct. I don't know why I like it so much, but I do. It's also very optimistic. I think that's part of it too. It has this weird kind of cheery optimism. That, I think maybe that's also part of what makes it fit that vibe, is that you'd have these kind of saccharine um, video presentations where the content would be so overtly happy and smiley. And there's something a little bit off about it, but it's also really interesting. David Lynch, who's one of my favorite directors, said he had the perfect way to describe why it's essentially impossible to describe to somebody what his movies feel like. And he said it's because you're trying to use words to describe the sense that a work of art gives you. And it was so simple, the way that he explained it, but it was just perfect. It perfectly explains it. I sit here and stutter over myself trying to explain why things give me a certain feeling. And it's really just because I can't put into words the sense that I get when I am emotionally affected by art. Dreamside has components of that are very, very difficult to describe, very difficult to put into words. Kind of the feeling that I'm trying to capture, because it is fairly, it's kind of a distinct feeling. And it dips back into my childhood. It goes back into things that I remember feeling as a kid. And trying to put that into artwork and into storytelling, it's difficult. You're gonna play this music in the background of your next Cisco meeting. Perfect. Michael has the incredible ability to have me crack up laughing. All right. I'm gonna add a. Oh, man, Michael. So you should check out Michael's music. His musical name, and I assume you're still actively going by the name of Orca Veer, but you can find a lot of Michael's music if you look up Orca Veer. So that would be good to check out if you want to listen to some really nice kind of very unique, very distinct, very organic electronic music that does some pretty clever things. So go check out Michael's stuff. I gotta connect some of these flowers that I forgot to connect. Otherwise, they're just floating. That's probably good. What do you think about the the lighter colored vines, the kind of almost whitish color that I have? Pretty sure I like it better. Michael and I have a very comical history. So if he makes me laugh, then I'm laughing because of what he's saying, but I'm also laughing because everything he's ever said that's cracked me up is just surfaces. It just bubbles up. uh, Space Harrier. Space Harrier. That's a neat game that I've only played a small bit. But what I played was fun. It's one of those arcade games that I always think I'm going to do better at it than I do. So I get to pretty much the second level, and then I lose. And then I give up. So yeah, Mike, we gotta get on some music for the Kickstarter video. That's gonna be coming up next month. I'm planning out the video right now. I've got to I have to go capture some footage. This is a challenge that I have to do because I've got to capture some footage in medical facilities. And that's really tough to do with the virus. It's tough to do anyway because there are all kinds of legal issues whenever you've got medical locations, especially if there's a chance that you could have other people on film, all this privacy concerns and stuff like that. So I'm gonna have a very interesting, puzzling time piecing together a video with the kind of challenge that I never expected I would have. I can't be in a hospital without a mask on too, so I can't really film myself being in a hospital without wearing a mask, so that's going to be weird. Yeah, I'm thinking that the lighter color just looks better. I think the lighter color works better because it does give it an airy feeling, but it removes some of the contrast that I need to cut back on. Might have gone too dark with the ambient occlusion shadows. Oh, I need to color the outlines of the eyes. Look at the magic this does. Watch the face. Watch what happens here. Yeah, it just makes them glow. I'm feeling pretty good about that. What do you think? Give me the YouTube scoop. It needs a little bit of warmth though, doesn't it? Because we got a little bit of a snow queen thing going on here. And the Dream Girl is all about heat and warmth. So I'm going to make sure that I add a bit more warm tone. Maybe I'll tint this back on a bit. Let's see. Whoops. Let's see how fast I can fix that. Color balance. Whoops, that's the highlights. That's better, isn't it? It's starting to sing. I think it's starting to sing. Mike is my biggest fan. Oh, I'm telling you, he's more supportive than my mother. When I'm feeling down and I need somebody to encourage me, I don't call my mom, I call Mike. Right. I think that is coming along, though. I'm pretty happy with it. Let's push this out a bit. That is starting to sing. That's all right. Chat away, Mike. It makes it look like I'm far more popular than I am. I need to... I really, you need to figure out how to get on these live streams with me, because, I mean, they'll be the most entertaining things ever. Nothing will beat having Mike McCarthy with me on these. So everybody encourage Mike McCarthy to quit being responsible and doing his job and come here and be lame like me and draw pictures all day. All we really need is one backer who gives us like $1 million. So if anybody knows, anybody who has like $1 million that they can give us, I promise a copy of the book and an extensive foot rub. That's what I can give you. So if you have $1 million and you want the world's best foot rub and a copy of the book, for that amount, I'll give you 2 copies. Speaking of feet. Oh, she's got like whitish nails. Can't forget her whitish nails. Originally had because everything on her was a rainbow. I had like a full spectrum of color between her nails. So they literally went down the rainbow spectrum. But I've since modified her colors to be simplified quite a bit. So she has like her outfit is really just white. But and I forgot, there's something I can do here. I got a really funky iridescent effect that I put on her socks and her armbands. It's a really neat effect. Let's see if I can get it in here. See, this is what being a professional artist is. Just sitting here putting toe paint. That's not what it's called. Nail polish. Toe paint. Excuse me, do you have any toe paint? I'm gonna paint my toes. Alright. We can't. I'm only being as goofy because Mike is here. Alright, let me see if I can get that iridescent effect on there. So it's kind of like the material is iridescent. It's kind of like magically iridescent. In that depending on the scene, and depending on the angle, and depending on the lighting, you'll get this funky rainbow shimmer. Toe paint. You know, yeah. This is why I'm not allowed in teams. So you think I quit my job? I just got kicked out. So you think that because I'm telling a story about cancer that I'm a serious person? Oh, you'd be wrong. All right, what was I just doing? Oh, the iridescent effect. Okay. All right, let's. Oh man, toe paint. Can I flip these layers? No, but I can merge them down with her. All right, so Procreate has a cool feature. I can select this layer, and then I can save this selection. Nobody knows about that, apparently. But I do. I know about that and toe paint. All right, I'm just going to merge this because I need another layer. Not entirely sure where I'm going to put this, but I'm going to stick it here for now. All right, I'm going to do what I think I need to do to create this effect. I'm new to this, so bear with me. So start with red at the top. This is going to look really weird at first. But bear with me. Bear with me. So we'll do a full spectrum. Actually, the original design of her sock boot things actually did have a full rainbow gradient on them. But it was just a little bit too much. It was a little bit too much. Even if not like in this illustration, it kind of looks pretty cool, but it didn't work because it was a little too noisy for some of the illustrations that get really colorful. This one's mild compared to some of the Dreamside scenes, for example. So I just reduced the amount of rainbows that I stuck on her because it was just a little bit too much. All right, now, isn't that fun though? Isn't it neat? Aren't rainbows great? All right, Mike is leaving us for a lame work call. That's lame. So lame. All right, I think what I need to do here is create a... so the iridescent effect is kind of like if you've ever looked at, let's see, like an oil spill in a parking lot. You get like a little bit of oil on the ground and you get that kind of rainbow effect in the puddle. That's kind of what the iridescent effect looks like. And it's the way light is reflecting. You can also see it on certain kinds of like crystals. It's a really neat thing, but it has to do with the way it bends. So like the shape of things affects the iridescent effect. And I have no idea if this is going to work. I'm not an expert in painting this kind of effect, but we're going to figure it out. So if I can't get it to work here, don't judge me. We'll get it. See, what we really need to do is convince Mike to come on to a live stream like this and play some music. That would be super cool. So the what's really happening with the iridescent effect, as I understand it, is it's actually relegated to where the light is reflecting, right? So the light carries with it the kind of rainbow effect. So at, you know, where you would normally have like a specular highlight, you have this rainbow effect instead. And it you know, it has like some hard edges in parts, you know, where it gets kind of cut off. We'll see if we can make this work. We will see. What? Is that the end? We need more Mitch Murder. We have a little bit of we're close. Sort of a holographic effect. Clean this up a bit. little specular highlight on here. We'll make it look shiny. I'll have it running right down the middle. It's really fun to figure out these kinds of textural effects. Sometimes I go overboard with this stuff and then I pull back. Because it's so easy. This is one of the benefits of digital, is that I can always revert to where things were before. You know, but being able to experiment like this with these different techniques that I really don't know if they're going to work or not. Is a great way to get a better end result. Because I'm not afraid of messing with stuff that I've done. You know, in this case, it's safe because it's not a separate layer, so I can just eliminate that layer if I want to. I think the other thing that I need to do is all right, what are we thinking about that? As opposed to just kind of the plain white. I'm going to let that sit, and I'm going to get to work on this other piece. I think I'm moving in the right direction here, but I need to step away from it a little bit. It's very cool looking. All right, now we're going to change gears. All right, so this is the piece that I'm redoing. So once the plane, basically it goes in this order. It goes, there's another page before this. Sarah sees these vines come up through the wooden floor, which I actually still have to do the glow on the light coming out of the floor. And then she turns to see the dream girl in the real world. So this is the character that she had seen only in dreams, now is in reality. And here she is on the bed converted into a plane. And she invites Sarah up to take over. Oh, I have to add the steering yoke to this. So like on the front here, there's a little like display that she uses to pilot the plane. And then the coolest thing ever happens, where the room itself fades away. And they're just able to fly off into the sky here. So this is what the plane looks like from the backside. So you can see the exhaust pipe that appears. Smoke is a different effect than what I have here. And I'm pretty happy with what I've drawn, but I need to, first of all, I need to update the characters so that they look like their current versions. So I'm going to focus on that first. So I'll do it the same way I've been doing it. And I have to fix their poses a little bit. So this pose from Sarah is really unnatural looking. So I'm going to have to try a few different things with this. And I'm not going to get this right immediately. So you get to watch me struggle. But that's what you're here for, right? Watch me struggle. So one of the ways that you figure out poses is you draw through things. So I have to kind of see where things would be if they weren't being obscured by the objects in the scene. Little Nemo, yeah. Yeah, there's definitely a some Little Nemo reference here. Sometimes you have to kind of construct a skeleton of the character. Think about where the bones would be, and I mean, over time, you kind of just do this in your head as you get more used to it. But if I'm stuck with a pose that might be kind of hard for me to figure out, it's helpful if I draw the anatomy of the character. Another thing I've got to change about this one is Sarah's way too close to the middle of the page, and so she's going to be right in the gutter. Because she's not in the gutter, but gutter is right around here. So she's just a little bit close to kind of the middle fold of the book, and I don't want that to be an issue in print, especially in such an important image. I think I want the dream girl to lean a little bit more toward her. And then I'll tilt her head in the opposite direction. You see the jawline there. And a little bit more energy in her expression. So here's where we start getting that really confident expression from the dream girl. Because there's no surprise in her face. I think this is something that she's accustomed to. I'm going to move him over. I just stand her up. That's better, isn't it? Yeah, I like that she's standing up. I never really had it make any sense because this, I can't really tell how she's supporting herself. Like she's, I guess she would kind of be like, if this is the surface, I guess she could be like kneeling and leaning. But that always felt a little bit strange. I think standing is cooler. It's more exciting. And it also, there's kind of a subtle thing about it too, that she's standing on this thing that's about to blast into the sky, right? And it's like it's not dangerous, but it is dangerous. And it just says something about their character. The two of them. The dream girl is standing, and Sarah is sitting and kind of gripping onto the plane. I have this slice in the dream girl's shirt. And the reason I do that is because when she's flying, it kind of flaps up in the back. It creates this almost cape-like effect, which is a neat look. Once again, kind of turns her into a bird. Yeah, it's fun to watch the sketch. The sketch is really kind of, I think it's the most interesting part to watch because it's where we're really figuring out what the piece needs to contain. Hey, looks like you got somebody joining us. Hello, hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello. I can hear you. Let me turn down my music. I'm turning down Mitch Murder for you.
I must be very important.
That's correct. All right, now how do I do this? How do I turn down one of these and keep the other one louder? How do I make you louder?
That's a good question that I don't have the answer to.
Let me see. I'm going to click a bunch of buttons.
Let me see if I can make myself louder from here.
My options are to my options are to kick you from the studio or ban you from the studio.
Just do both for good measure.
All right, I'll just turn off Mitch Murder for a while. All right, let's see. Oh man.
Yeah, I can't find an option to make myself louder, unfortunately.
That's okay. All right. I think it stopped. All right. So, now I don't actually know your name.
I could just keep it a secret. That would be fun. My name is Julie.
Oh, right, Julie. Wait, I do know your name. Yes, I knew that. Well, thanks for joining. So, Julie, tell people who you are and how we're connected.
So, my name is Julie. I normally go by Banana Meteor on social media. And I'm connected to Dave because I'm probably his #1 fan, which may freak him out a little bit. But...
Oh, man. That's good news. You got to fight with Mike McCarthy, who we just had on here.
Oh, no. But like Dave, I also do art. I do freelance stuff, and I work in all sorts of mediums.
Fantastic. And you're also a slight ukulele and rare fan?
Slightly. Just, I know a thing or two.
A thing or two. Yeah, so that's fun. And, Julie had followed along with the progress on the ukulele book development and was very helpful with thoughts and feedback and encouragement and money and buying things that I made, which is really great.
I think I officially have everything from your store. I think it's happened.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Well, you got the map, which is, you know what? What's funny is I sent out a backer update today, and one backer who did not get his stuff messaged me. and he had the collector's bundle, which had the map. And so I asked the fulfillment center, because they keep all the ancillary stuff in their warehouse, and if they had any more maps, and they had just one left. So that's the very last map that was resent to this backer.
Oh my! Do you ever plan on making more, or do you think that's just the end of them?
Well, we can, but I mean, it's yeah, it really just depends on. I mean, if people had demand, the problem is what'll happen is the demand will be like one person will ask about it, and then it will be. It's kind of hard to justify the expense of setting up another run of them. So it's like things have to kind of come in blocks of interest in order for it to make sense. Otherwise, it just ends up costing money and taking time. The other problem with those maps too is they were handmade, as you know, and so they're that's another thing too. I had a couple of methods for getting them made, and it was just easiest at the time because we went through and kind of did the math, and so that was just something that we could do ourselves. But for future production and that kind of thing, that's what's great about Kickstarter, and one of the reasons that I emphasize the importance of backing stuff on Kickstarter that you like is because it is going to it's not you're not just funding the creation of something, but you're also potentially really providing the only means to get some sort of these unique extras made. It's kind of like with, like, for example, the ukulele figure, that sort of thing. That is something that if I just go and sell in a store, right, then I'm running the risk of kind of not selling people on the expediency needed to get the numbers up on that. And so then I can end up selling a small quantity, and then I don't really, the cost per unit is too high. And so it just doesn't make sense at that point to produce, whereas if we do a Kickstarter, it's like I can get a big block of orders at once, and I know how many there are, so I can go to the manufacturer and say, okay, we need this many precisely plus, maybe however many extras I want to get produced or something.
Right. It seems like if you ever brought the map back, the best way to do it would be to have like an add-on, an additional Kickstarter where people could pledge for getting it down the line, so you don't have extra stock just
that
taking
makes
up
sense.
space. Yeah,
that makes sense. Yeah, I did think about having that be the case with Dreamside for to possibly have a tier that includes the ukulele book as well for people who are newer but did not discover that. But it's a little bit, I can't tell if that's kind of weird because it's so different. I mean, the connecting fabric between them, I guess, would be they're both my books.
right.
But I don't know if that's something that would make sense for people.
I mean, I think they both have that really vibrant visual style, so I could see that being something people would want.
All right. Well, I'll definitely look into it. I think it makes sense. You know what's really tricky about multiple books, and some people who I've talked to who have done Kickstarter campaigns have really run into this problem. And fortunately, I anticipated it before we did Yucca. Is that your shipping cost can really skyrocket. Because books are so heavy, really, when you're trying to ship them around the world, that if you're shipping multiple books, then it can be, I might end up with a 4 or 5 pound package, which is, to ship that really anywhere except the US is going to be pretty expensive to do. And so it's kind of a big ask for backers. You go and you see the backer cost, and then you see the shipping cost.
Yeah, that
and,
makes sense.
Because I don't have, if I was a larger company that had more placement in like warehouses around the world or something, then I could domestically relocate things so that they would be shipped domestically from their appropriate location. Like, if you're a UK backer, then your stuff would ship in the UK. We actually did do this with Yucca, but it was only UK that we did it for. So what I did was I freighted actually air freighted. It was expensive. The UK orders to a friend of mine in the United Kingdom who has a publishing company and a pretty significant warehouse space. So, he does order fulfillment. So I shipped him all the orders that had to go out to England. And that way people in England didn't have to pay, extremely high import costs or high shipping because it was shipped domestically for them.
So, well, thankfully you had that connection. That really worked out for you.
Yeah, well, there are places that you can hire that will do it as well. I happen to have this buddy who helped me out and gave me a good price and all that too, which is nice. And so there's that was great. I mean, shipping overall was I kind of had I had to bite the bullet a little bit on shipping because one thing that we were going to get an advantage of. I think I talked about this a little bit on another stream. It's not terribly exciting, but I'm just going to talk about it anyway. Because we're on the subject, is that with shipping via UPS versus the postal service, like by working with a shipping partner, it like they charge extra money, to obviously to do their job, right, and pack up packages, and so it's like they'll charge and say, okay, if you're shipping like one item, it costs this much to put it in a package, and if you need to put in additional items, it costs more money, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what we found is that even though they were charging extra money, that kind of blew out the shipping cost a little bit. It was a little bit too much money. They were getting discounts on their actual postage rates because they ship so much stuff. And so when they get a discount, like with UPS, that I can't get when I go into the store, it means that I was able to not really overspend too much money, even though I was paying them additional fees because I was saving that money on postage costs, that would normally go to postage costs. So I still ended up overpaying by quite a bit. But the major problem with it is that because they ship so much stuff, they had in offer a bulk discount UPS international deal where basically, because we were shipping so many packages out at once, which would have been something like 360, then you can get like a bulk discount from UPS, right? And so it'll still be like 2 or 3 day shipping around the world, but the costs were like not quite half, but they were probably 60 or 70% what the USPS cost was. So it was pretty cheap, for the reliability of UPS, which is great. But that fell through because that's when COVID hit. And so the way that they get the discount is they stick them on commercial airliners. And the problem is the TSA has to approve of any package that goes out. And for some reason, we just could not get them to give us a clearance.
It's really funny. I wonder what it is about your book that they just couldn't vibe with.
They're like, this is a chameleon book. Absolutely unacceptable. You've got too many bats. You've got too many chameleons. I mean, what are you thinking? I mean, this would be a national tragedy to let this out of the country.
We've seen the fart jokes, and that's unacceptable for the TSA.
I mean, 1 or 2 or 3 would be fine, but it's littered with them. I think that it wasn't even about the product. It was just they were so overwhelmed all of a sudden with having to have these stricter regulations on what can go via a commercial airline that I don't think they had the system in place, in any conceivable way to be able to actually approve this stuff. So it's like it was just perfect timing. And then the bottom line is that ended up costing me, I think it probably cost me an extra $3,000 or $4,000.
Oh my goodness.
Hopefully there was enough
of a buffer with the Kickstarter that ended up being okay. But yikes.
Yes, that was a big yikes but that's just one of the many yikes. We had a lot of yikes because that's a good example. We had to switch to, standard UPS shipping, and I had already made the commitment to ship with this company, right? And so, because I was expecting that discount deal. So it was like, okay, the shipping cost that I charge people is based on, the discount, right? And I can't go in and tell people, hey, guess what? I need more money from you now.
Yeah.
To get your stuff, and be like, that doesn't go over well with people. And I had thought at one point about having like a charity shipping fund, basically, where it'd be like, oh, I need to, this is going to cost me thousands more dollars. But I just figured, I'll just get the stuff to people. Hopefully they'll be happy with it, and then they'll come back and support the next thing.
Right. And that was probably really stressful too, because people's trust was already really shaky with the whole Project Triforce situation. So
Yes. Oh man.
I'm sorry I bring it up every time.
No, no. It's just funny because that was stressful. Well, the thing is, Triforce, I think at the time, the biggest source of stress was the manufacturing process of the books, because there were so many things that went wrong in the manufacturing process. I mean, it was off the charts insane. I think I must have developed some kind of medical malady during that time from the just dealing with the manufacturing. Because the thing is, with manufacturing, it's like a steam train. You can't just stop it and change trajectories. So if there's misunderstandings about things, then and there were some things that went wrong with the books that I talked about in the updates, and that there was just no way around. But luckily, backers didn't seem to care as much as I thought they would. The biggest thing that we had to cut was the holographic foil.
Right, I remember that.
And I hated doing that. That was a month of nightmare. I'm going to call it screaming matches that we had with the manufacturer back and forth, because they just could not get the effect that we were looking for. But they had kind of sold us on that they could, right? And so
Right.
the problem with that is they actually did get the effect to work. And I have sample covers with the holographic effect, which is all great. But the problem is that we're using a certain type of laminate. The certain type of laminate that they use on the book, they kind of gloss laminate, does not mix well with foils. So what happens is when they would put the laminate over the foil, it didn't stick to the foil. And so if you rubbed at where like the foil was, especially on areas that were embossed, it would bubble up. You get like this weird kind of ugly air bubble. And so it kind of looked like if you had a screen protector that wasn't put on properly, and it would get air bubbles in the middle, but that would actually be on the cover of the book. So I just thought that was unacceptable. And I had to, really, that's where the fighting began, because they didn't think it was a big deal. I did. So it was one of those situations, where it's like, it's not a clear cut, obvious fault of the manufacturer, because it kind of comes down to, well, this is an acceptable quality problem, for us, and for me, it just wasn't, because I'm a pain in the butt perfectionist. So that's where we kind of had a little arguments with that. But anyway, so there was the holographic foil, and then the thing that really kind of was a a real problem was that they had overstamped the back thing where it says backer edition, because those, that was one of the features that was in the $50 edition of the book.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so they called me one day and they said, "Oops, we accidentally stamped every book." And that was not a happy day for me. So we had to deal with that. And then I had to go tell backers that, like, look, it's still, your copies are still unique in the sense that they have gilded edges, which is something that is not in the standard edition of the book. But it's just one of those things. It's like, these are promises basically that I was essentially forced to break because of the manufacturing problems that came up. So these are the kinds of things you don't really anticipate. But then I found out how little backers actually cared about those specific issues. The things I worry about people caring about, but then I think people mostly are expecting something that's just amazing. Like I don't think it necessarily matters that you're following the exact specific design to everybody, And I think I might have had one person who wrote me kind of an angry email and said, I really wanted that holographic cover. And I'm like, I try to work with a person and all that. So, but it's like, it really wasn't a huge deal for people, which I think I'm very thankful for.
Right. And I think in your defense, you can tell that you really care about giving a quality product to all the people who put their trust in you. And I, for one, was so impressed by the book when I got it that I said, oh, geez, I got to go back and get all these extras too. Because originally I didn't think I'd want them. And I was like, okay, well, now I need them because it's lovely.
That's very relieving to hear. Yeah, it's true. I mean, I stressed out, and I told the printer this. They thought I was nuts, because I told them, I'm like, look, I don't want to break the promises to backers, because it really is something that it's like I can't really explain it. It's like when you do this Kickstarter and it's the first time, and you have because when I put it out there, it's like you got to remember that before the Kickstarter, I was working on the project for quite a while.
Right.
and so there was a very, very strong, constant nervous fear that it would not be supported. That people would look at it and be like, why am I going to put money behind this? You can't help but feel that kind of thing. So, when you have that, and then you're surprised to see people actually come out in droves to support it, it's like, you have this like sense of eternal thanks that it's like, it's like a parental, it's like a parent finding out that their kid's being bullied. You just get really angry, and they don't quite understand why it's such a big deal, for these little things that are just, and bear in mind, this is the first time that I went to a manufacturer. So I had to ask them. I said, look, I don't know what's normal with this. Like, I don't know if these kinds of problems are normal, or if they're kind of an exception. And so it's very possible that this is just the kind of thing that comes up with every manufacturing arrangement. And it wasn't like an especially bad one for me. It's just kind of how things are. But every other aspect of the book was like premium. I put every single ounce of effort possible into the book itself. So I'm like, okay, I want the physical edition to just be, just as good. I want it to really shine, So lessons learned with Yucca, and that'll bleed over into Dreamside and help me avoid making those same mistakes.
Yeah, and I really think any artist too just has this big vision of quality and what they want for their product, and just even on a way smaller scale. My husband and I, we run a Patreon where we give out buttons for Pokemon Go every month for their little events. But we like have this button press, and I draw the art, and then we'll like go print it out, and we'll send those out to people. And one time, we decided to print our buttons elsewhere. We won't print them at home because just our home printer is not the same quality as like a professional printer, of course. Mm-hmm. And we went to another printing studio, and the buttons were just awful. And I was like, we can't send these out. We have to go back to our normal place. And like,
right.
It's another one of those things where like, I really don't know if the people who support us would care, but like, I care. It bothers me.
Yeah. And the thing is also, people may not necessarily express their distaste with something, but that doesn't mean they're not upset, because sometimes people will just, they'll just kind of check out on something if they're disappointed, and I was also conscious of that like statue situation too, that I'm thinking, I don't want this to be another situation where ukulele backers are disappointed about something, and there wasn't just the Triforce situation. There were other things too. I mean, things that came up that I know the ukulele fan base wasn't thrilled about, that unfortunately was kind of out of the studio's hands.
Right.
Things like the Wii U cancellation and stuff like that affected the original campaign. So there was an unfortunate series of events that had impacted that particular property, and especially with third-party merchandising, to such a degree that I'm like, okay, now I have to fix this all.
Almost all the weight was on your shoulders there.
It kind of was, because they had, fortunately they had released, Fangamer had put out I think Fangamer put out the plushies.
Yes, the plushies are wonderful.
Yeah, they're great. And they did a killer job. I mean, you would expect nothing less from Fangamer. And so they did a great job, and that there was at least something else out there that was ukulele that wasn't taking the money and running.
At least a few things.
Yeah, there was, right. So anyway, it was a good experience. And, I just hope that the end product is high enough standard for what people were looking for. And if we can hit that and give people what they want, then, that's the best that I can promise. We'll put it that way.
Yeah.
Well, there we go. So yeah, but now I'm on to the Dreamside series. So we'll see how this does. This is far scarier than ukulele ever was, because the thing about ukulele is that, I actually worked on Dreamside prior to ukulele, and the challenge that I was running into, I've talked about this a few times, is that I did approach a few publishers that were interested in Dreamside, and they were interested actually in both properties. But the problem is, I sat down with one of them, who is a bit more, I don't want to say honest, but he kind of was a bit more honest. And he said that, he was interested in publishing. I don't want to give away who the publisher was, but He's interested in publishing it, but he's like, look, you're not going to make any money if I publish your book. And I said, oh, well, how does that work? And he said, he explained how it's like, look, as a new property, it's like, I know how these books sell, right? And you'll probably sell, if you're unknown, he said, we can probably sell all of 500 of your books. And so on its own, even if I were to get cover value of the book, it just wouldn't really pay for itself, because Dreamside is, it's complicated art. It takes a long time to do. And so I need to make sure that it, I'm not earning less than it cost me to make it. Otherwise I just can't do it, obviously. So he was explaining to me that he's like, look, once this thing goes into the stores, you're losing your wholesale cost right off the bat. It's there's 50% right off because you got to sell it to the store on a wholesale basis. So it's like there's a 50% deduction that you don't even really think about. But it's like when I sell a book on Kickstarter, if it costs $30 like Yuka did, and let's just say, I'm not claiming this is the cost, but let's just say for easy math that it cost me $10 or $12 or whatever to make the book, right? So if I go through and I have a book that cost me $12 and I sell it for $30 minus the payment processing fees and all of that, I'll probably earn about $15 on the book, right? So a $30 book will earn me around $15, right? And when it goes into the store, after all the elements that have to have taken their cut of that, it comes down to about $1 for me. So the way that translates into development terms, and this is not in any way, this is not to insult any aspect of the retail space, because it costs what it costs. It costs what it costs for a reason. But I have to invest the most, but I get paid the least of anyone in the chain. And so, publishing was kind of an unattractive option. The only way that publishing would work and not basically cost more than it would earn is in the sense that it would help me sell more books than I could sell directly, right? Because if it's in the store, inevitably you will sell more copies, right? And so if your goal is to build up an audience, you might say, well, it's worth it for me to, not make money on this book, and kind of take a loss. But I can only do that for so long. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that all makes sense. And that's nuts that you, as the publisher and writer and illustrator, would get the least amount of money out of that whole ordeal. So it seems really like crowdfunding is just absolutely the best option for it.
Well, crowdfunding is the best option for this. And that was kind of what he was saying is, why don't you consider a crowdfunding option? Because I had gone to him thinking, I'm nervous about crowdfunding. There's a lot of potential problems with it. And what he explained to me is he's like, look, it's like if you have, this is really coming down to Yuka too, because with Yuka, it had sort of a built-in base, right? Whereas with Dreamside, it's different. But with Yuka, it was more like, okay, the people who are going to buy a Yuka graphic novel are pretty much the same people, regardless of how it's sold, right? So if I were to go through and say, if people ask like, okay, I want this Yuka book because I'm a huge Yuka fan, right? So where is it available? And then they find out it's available on Amazon, then they'll buy it on Amazon, right? But if it's available on Kickstarter, then they would probably back it on Kickstarter because that's just where it's available, right? So with that frame of mind, why would I choose a method where I'm just going to lose a bunch of money, by going through like a traditional publishing arrangement? Better to just sell it directly, right? And so with Dreamside, it's a little bit different because it does not have a built-in base, and discoverability is important for Dreamside. So it's a little bit difficult for me to know with confidence that I'm taking the right route with this as opposed to going through a publisher. Of course, there are other reasons too, that you do something on your own versus going through a publisher. I mean, I really am a control freak with this stuff. And I don't like the idea of an editor changing anything that I'm doing. I mean, I know that that's kind of an arrogant statement, but it's not necessarily because I think I know more than the editor. it's more that I've compared making books to making paintings, where it's like everything is a work of art, and it's just a group project is just a different type of art. It's a different project. It gets a different result. It's not necessarily better or worse. It's just different, right? And me working with an editor who's going in and changing the flow of things to kind of fit what the publisher wants, it just gets a different result than what I would do directly.
Yeah, and that totally makes sense. You've talked about this story being your baby, and like you've had it in your mind for ages. And I was just going through the other day and looking at like your old Dreamside stuff that you posted on your channel from like 6 years ago, and even now you're improving like an old page that you worked on long ago. You're like drawing right over it to make sure it's perfect and like up to your standards. So like I get that level of control. And I think one of the really cool things about working in comics is much more so than like animation. It's like a singular idea and view that you can really have so much control over.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you nailed that on the head. That's really why I'm working with books, because I don't particularly care about the medium. I've fallen in love with books since I started working in them, but it was always kind of a thing like, look, I just need to find a home for this story I want to tell, and I don't particularly care which one it is. It could be animation, it could be a book, it could be whatever. I guess that's it. It could be a game. I mean, there's a lot of ways that it could be done, but the book option makes the most sense from an independent perspective because it doesn't cost as much money. I can do it by myself. I don't need a team. And that a team Dreamside would be very different from a just me Dreamside. And the team Dreamside might be better, but it would just be different. So in order for this thing to exist the way that I've just wanted it to exist, I just have to do it.
Well, good on you. No shame in that. I'm here to support it. I'm sure plenty of other people will be too.
Oh, right on. I really hope so. Really hope so. So yeah, and thank you for that. I really do appreciate it. It makes it possible. It makes it possible. I say it all the time, but it's not this I can only do so much to get something made, even though it comes down to doing the actual project. It's like, great, I can always make a hobby of anything, but to actually get it made and get it produced requires people to buy into it. And so it's really the backers that kind of make this sort of thing possible to do.
Is there anywhere you plan on advertising it or finding different ways to promote it just to get the word out?
I'm working on a few things, but I would say probably the only thing that I've really just kind of 100% I know that I'm doing is I'm working with like Backer Kit on some stuff, because they do kind of do an anticipatory thing. The challenge with marketing in general is it can mean so many different things, right? But the major problem with marketing something like Dreamside is that you can very easily put a lot of money into something that just does not really have any payoff. And so you have to be very careful, because just because you put money into a form of advertising something doesn't mean it's going to turn into anything. And so one of the things that I think is more promising is trying to leverage as much as I can the existing backer base, because that's the easiest group to kind of transition into supporting a new project, right? And so what I've done is I basically said, okay, what if there is obviously it's going to be a smaller count of people from the Yucca base that will back Dreamside, because it's too far removed. It's not the same IP, it's different, right? So there's going to be some sort of a drop off in the amount of people. But Dreamside doesn't have to have as many backers as Yucca, because it's going to be a series of books, first of all. So it's really what I'm trying to do is grow in the backer count. So even if the first campaign doesn't do terribly well, and I'm not expecting it to raise nearly as much as Yucca, for example, then it will be okay, because I just have to kind of keep growing with each campaign. And with each campaign, I can sell the old book as well. So like I can go through and say, okay, if you missed, because the books are directly connected. It's not like you don't want to start with book 3. You know what I mean? And so if if people can buy into it to any degree now. It doesn't have to be to the degree of Yuka, but when it comes to marketing, it's just it's very, very hard to know where to kind of pour money and where I can try and get, free support where possible, like how people can promote things. And some of it is just that I really just don't know. I'm kind of just moving forward and seeing what I can get from people here and there. So if you have any ideas, throw them my way.
I wish I did. I wish I had more experience in this.
Yeah. Well, that's the challenge of marketing, So yeah, I mean, we'll put it this way: if it was possible to get, like Yuka had 1,100 or so backers, I think, and if just half of them came in to support Project B, then that would be fine. Especially if people are basically backing with the same degree of support, meaning that they're putting, they're getting like the collector's editions as well as the book by itself. So it's not a huge ask, but at the same time, it's bigger than if I were to do, say, another ukulele book, which I think would be a no-brainer. Because I think that a second ukulele book is, if people are satisfied with the first, would probably be a little bit more heavily supported. And I love the idea of doing that. I just don't want to jump right into that next. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand too, especially since this one has been in your head for so long. You don't want to let it sit longer than it needs to. But someday, when you're satisfied with Dreamside, please go back for that second Yuka book, because I want it.
Yes, for sure. Yeah. Like I said, I've got a really funny idea that I keep thinking about. That would be a more Laylee centric book, and it would be filled with everything that you want to see with Laylee.
I love to hear that, because she's my favorite character.
Oh yeah, Laylee is a ton of fun to work with. And everything about her is funny. And if she's not being directly funny, she is causing a scene to be funnier just by being in it, because she has absolutely no reverence. And so what's perfect about that is I can literally in real time make fun of everything I'm doing with one of my own characters. And it's like that is gold. Like it's hard to do bad writing with her, because she won't, like, when I was first working with a Cracklestone, I remember having a conversation with Andy Robinson, who's the writer of the games, and he was telling me, like, his one rule for me was just make sure that it never gets like overly serious, and make sure that it stays comical. And because I would have, because he knew me as somebody who liked a lot of drama, and he knew about stuff like Dreamside, actually, which is obviously a dramatic story. And so he gave me that rule, and he's like, you got to make sure it doesn't get too serious. So when I was working with Laylee, I'm like, she just fixes that problem, because as soon as a scene would get a little bit too serious, I'm like, well, what would Laylee say in the situation? I mean, first of all, I'm allowed to do fourth wall breaking humor with her, and I mean, so I thought I'd be like, okay, if it gets too serious, Laylee will literally just comment about, like, okay, this scene is getting too ridiculous, and I'm like, this is just perfect for the character. So it's infallible, and she makes Yuka so much more interesting, in contrast with him. Because he's the type of character who's just so genuine that he won't be fun if you don't make fun of him.
Yeah,
like, there's not enough to him.
They really do just complement each other in that way, and that vindictive sarcasm that Laylee is just constantly spewing out just always makes me smile. Like, she's the kind of person you'd never want to be friends with in real life, but it's just great to view from afar.
It's one of the tricks I found about writing comedy is that if you can create like exaggerated scenarios as often as possible, where you just go one step further than you really should, and it just seems so over the top. It's like, oh, I can't believe they went there. If you can do that kind of thing, you can kind of force the a laugh out of people. One example with that actually was that like one of the many fart jokes that I have in there, because I'm like, I wanted to have this gag where something that's very relatable, where especially to people who just love sitting around playing video games, that I would have a gag that when when they're not adventuring, the characters are just like lounging around, stuffing their faces. And I always thought that was kind of a funny concept that they're heroes, but they're they also just like sitting around watching TV and gorging themselves all night. And so I had lately, being trying to make as many kind of jokes about her being like if you had a dog who just loved to eat and just would not stop. Like if you left the food out and they just don't know when they're full, they would eat themselves to the point that they like can't move. And so I'm like, all right, let me just keep pushing this. And so I did this drawing of Laylee where she had like developed a belly overnight. And then I'm like, what if I just literally blow her up like a balloon? So she literally, and there's two scenes with that where you can see like a little bit of, okay, she's been snacking for a while. And then in the morning, you just see the disastrous cataclysmic result where she can't move. And I wrote that scene without really thinking about how I'm going to get her back to her normal shape for like subsequent scenes. And so for a while I thought, well, I wonder if I should have her kind of be bloated like this for like a lot of the story. And then kind of make a running joke about how as she goes through the adventure, she gets exercise and she kind of works off the belly. But I thought, it'd be a lot funnier is if I do kind of a Looney Tunes thing where it just like expels out of her like an air balloon deflating, and she's just back to normal. But she doesn't really bring attention to it. It's just kind of this thing that happens.
It's like a daily occurrence for her. It's nothing.
Exactly. Yeah. So yeah, there's some really bad humor like that in there. But Laylee writes it herself. Like it's just the obvious thing that this character would do. So yeah, she's a lot of fun. She's a lot of fun.
I'm really glad that you so readily got into just the minds of both those characters, because it really felt like a platonic story. Did you play a lot of the game before you wrote the story?
Yes. Actually, I was the first person. I like to brag about this, and I think I can talk about this now. They won't kill me. I was the first person outside of the studio to beat the game.
Ooh.
Because they had given me an early build of it when it was a buggy mess. And I had gone through and I actually beat the game prior to the patches. I think I had that slide, I might have had 35 attempts or something like that.
People still post on the forums about the infamous slide.
Yes. It was tough, and it was tougher before. But anyway, it was fun because let me tell you, convincing them to do that was one of the hardest things I've ever had to do professionally, because they are so notoriously tight-lipped in the same way that Rare was, that I would joke. I say, listen, I'm working on an official book and I don't know the story. Like, I don't know. And tell them as to be like, I don't know the levels. I don't know the characters. I know what I saw in a trailer at E3. And I'm like, at a certain point in time, I need to get a build of the game so that I can figure out what I'm doing here. And I don't know if have you ever heard about the Nimbo thing that happened?
I think you talked about that briefly in the book, where you thought that like it was like a wife instead of a daughter or something.
Yeah, well, Nimble is Nimbo's niece, and I had written it as a husband and wife arguing in this one scene, because I literally, because I saw the loading screen where they have that joke about how Nimbo was arguing with his wife. And so when I saw a second Cloud character, I just assumed that was his wife. So I wrote the scene with Nimbo arguing, which is it was just still in the book to a degree when he's talking to Nimble. But before, there was a lot more kind of bitter husband-wife banter. And it was really inappropriate when I found out that it was his niece. but it was hilarious in its inappropriateness. And so for a very short period of time, I had an extremely funny scene that I could never ever put in the book, but it was just, oh my god, that was the kind of thing that happened. And I'm like, if I didn't get that build of the game, it would have been, I would have changed it eventually, but I wouldn't have changed it with good time. You know what I mean? It would have been something that would have happened really late in production. And to that point, it would have been a really expensive change, because I've got to like make these things as they come up as early in production as possible. Because once things move into the color phase, I don't want to be making changes to the story, you know. So it was just necessary for me to gain access to the game, and that it's amazing how resistant they were to that. But that's just the way they operate. They're very secretive. Yeah, that's part of the reason we always loved Rare back in the past is they would just kind of come out with these things as a surprise. It would be like, oh hey, there's a new Donkey Kong Country game out of nowhere. I remember that being the case with Jet Force Gemini and DK64. I discovered both of those games at the same time in the store, and I never even knew they existed.
Yeah, when I was younger, game launch dates didn't really even mean anything to me. You just kind of go to the store and you'd see what had a pretty picture on the shelf and you'd bring it home. And like that was that, of course, because I was very young. But
That was pretty much it.
it's so much cooler these days when you can follow the development of something and really get hype about it, as the developers are also developing these things about it. And you can just, like watching you draw Dreamside right now, but you can follow along with this process and really feel like a part of it.
Yeah, yeah. No, and I've been meaning to do this for quite a while. I mean, the challenge with the live streams with Dreamside, actually, the biggest challenge of all, and I still don't quite know how I'm going to tackle this in the future, is that Dreamside is one of those projects that you don't want spoiled, because it has a really cool story, and the way that it flows out is something that you want to experience fresh. And so there are certain elements of it that are fine to share, and there are certain ones that I really want to keep under wraps. And it's kind of hard to make that happen with a live stream, because obviously I'm working on the project, live. So there are certain things that are fine to share, and there are certain things that aren't. But those things don't really come up until the later books. And so I would say that it's, as long as I'm working on stuff that's not too spoilery. But at the same time, I have very few marketing tools, as you asked. And one of the things that I know tends to work for people is just to kind of show the work as you're producing it, and let people just kind of fall in love with the process, and I might just not have much of a choice. I might kind of have to share a lot of the stuff in ways that I might not want to otherwise. But bear in mind that I've tried a lot of different things, and so this is just kind of one other step. I think it's fun to watch it happen.
I certainly agree. That's why I keep coming back. I wonder if there's certain forums or groups with media similar to Dreamside where you could promote it there. Like I know you talked specifically about it being inspired by the Neverending Story, and I don't know if that has a bustling fan community at this point since the movie's so old. But maybe if you could find people who were interested in that, you could definitely plug your book there.
You want to know something funny? Yes, that's a good idea, and I'll look into that, as well as some other kind of we'll say some other connected fan bases. But when I did the video series, I hired a voice narrator to read the story, right, to do the voiceover. And one person I actually talked to about doing it originally was Tammy Stronach, who is the actress who played the childlike empress in the Neverending Story movie, who is now has a dance studio in New York, and she got out of acting very young. But I thought that was a really interesting connection, because I wanted to have something that would kind of bridge the projects. And so we had talked a little bit at one point, but that didn't end up happening for a variety of reasons, not the least of which is she, at the time, mind you, this was like, when was it? I don't know, 6 years ago or something, was not really, did not readily have access to a recording studio that she could use, and everything in New York is more expensive. So it was just kind of difficult to get that set up, and it was a lot easier and more affordable for me to just find somebody else. But anyway, that's kind of something that's never left my mind. And she's actually working now on a new film production that she's producing. That's like is actually designed to be kind of an 80s fantasy film callback. So I'm kind of excited to see where that goes. I think she's working with the Henson Creature Shop.
Oh, I love the Henson Creature Shop. I've made a few puppets, so I'm just deeply involved in that whole process.
Nice. Well, you should check it out. Yeah, I can't. It's called like the Witch, something of the Witch and something. So that's something that she's working on. So that's kind of cool. I keep in touch here and there with what she's working on. So, but that's kind of a neat little connection with the Neverending Story. I keep thinking I'll reach out to her again and see if her mind has changed a little bit on that.
Yeah, now that it's been 6 years, you could always try reaching out and again, and maybe she'd want to help you make the video for the Kickstarter. That would be super cool for promoting it.
Well, I didn't connect with her about that, but I have actually reached out again. You might guess this from me, Julie, but I don't give up easily.
Good. The good quality.
I can be really annoying when I want something, and so I keep bugging her about it, and we'll see if she relents just to get me off her back. So that's worked in the past, and I think that would be a really cool connection, and it would kind of connect it a little bit with the Neverending Story, because she's still, there is kind of this fan community of the Neverending Story, and I think the people that are really into that world, they want like nothing more than something that's in that vibe to be made. Especially if it can in any way be connected with the actual team that worked on the original movie. So I think that would be a cool thing, and maybe I could harness her to do another voiceover on it. Because as much as I did, like the lady that I got who did this phenomenal job, I mean, if you listen to the recording at all, I thought that the right voice for the project was that of a child who would, maybe be around Sarah's age. Because when I was doing some testing with it, and what I found is if I got like an adult male, one of the problems with that is there are certain lines in the story where I'm like having the girl speak, and having the adult male kind of mimic those lines just sounded funny. And it's weird when you think about it, because if you think about it, like somebody doing a VO for an audiobook is going to be doing a variety of character voices, and you don't really think about it, but in this particular circumstance, because of the almost kind of Alice inspired dialogue, it was really weird when I got like adult male vocal samples. So I thought, all right, let's go in the opposite direction and get like a young kid. But kids are a nightmare to work with, not because kids are tough, but because all of the nonsense you have to go through. I mean, you got to like, there are like all kinds of legal protections, and you have to like work with their parents. And I'm like, I don't want to do any of this. So let me just see if I can find an adult that sounds like a kid, but I didn't want to find an adult that fake sounds like a kid. Right. You know what I mean with that?
Yeah, no, I get you. Thankfully, female voice actors are normally pretty good at that sort of thing, but I get you. If it's like too disingenuous, it just sounds silly.
Yeah. And that's a certain direction. If it goes in kind of a cartoony direction, like if you're doing something like Rugrats or something like that, it's fine. You want them to be a little bit exaggerated, but in this case, I wanted a more genuine child voice, and so there was this lady in England who she had this unbelievable skill to sound exactly like a young kid. I could not believe how convincing it was. Everyone that I played that voice sample to said that they didn't believe that it wasn't a kid. And so, yeah, the voice that I have in those videos was an older woman. Maybe, I don't know, she was like 40 years old at the time or something like that. So she wasn't even like a teenager or in her 20s. She was up there, and it's just amazing what she could do with her voice. But at the same time, I hate to say that this was a problem, but it kind of was an issue with accessibility, is that she had a very strong accent. It was a kind of a Yorkshire accent. I think it was a Yorkshire accent, and it was a little bit hard to understand some of the phrasings. And so, depending on where your primary market is, you need to kind of consider this a little bit. And so, I chosen this accent that was a little bit hard for Americans to understand. And so, it kind of might have alienated more people than it had to. So, it's unfortunate because I always kind of liked the having that kind of tie into Alice in Wonderland as well as the idea. That obviously was from the Oxford area in Victorian England, where I like having these little inside references to things, but at the same point, I'm not attached to that particular voice anymore. So
you have the freedom to pick whoever you want again now, if you want to promote it.
I guess so. Yeah, and she did a killer job. We'll see. It's not even something that I'm really worried about because it's not really a promised feature with the first book. What I'm actually more pushing for is, I mentioned his name, is my friend Michael, who is he's a great writer of music, and he's a guy that put together the music tracks that were in the video series originally. And so I'm talking to him about doing a stretch goal soundtrack for the story. So I think that's really neat because having any sort of musical connection that you can listen to either while reading or after reading, it kind of reminds you of the story and kind of is a musical journey through the story itself. That's something that I'm really excited about.
Yeah, and I think Platonic fans and Rare fans in general are also really into the musical side of stuff, so that might help bridge the gap with more backers as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I had thought at one point about approaching some folks that would be very appealing to people who were, fans of Platonic and Rare.
Ooh.
That end of things. We'll kind of see about that, but I have to learn to keep my mouth shut.
I mean, I love learning all this stuff. This is my lifeblood. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is I gotta watch it because I'm too.
Okay, I won't spread it.
I'm more of a loose cannon than Grant Kirkhope is. So. but anyway, so the idea of getting, I had searched for a few ways to logically tie ukulele in with Dreamside. Because there are very few connection points. And so I have to kind of find ways that are available. But at the same time, Michael is amazing. I mean, he's such an amazing music writer, and he understands the vibe of the piece. He understands really what it's supposed to feel like. And more importantly, Michael was there at the beginning. It's one of those kind of loyalty things, and so, but I really believe that when people hear what he's doing, because it's a very, very it's a very warm kind of fantastical, whimsical score that the stuff that he's done so far is great. It's I guess you could say it's reminiscent of like a Studio Ghibli film, and it has without having the crazy orchestration because we can't quite afford that yet, but. Something that has that grandiose, epic feel to it is something that he is working with. So we'll see what he can come up with.
Yeah, I'm really excited to hear it from the way you're describing it too, because I know we talked about this yesterday too, but I just love Studio Ghibli. They're wonderful.
Yes, yeah, they're wonderful stuff. So yeah, I'm excited. Hopefully we'll reach the point where we can crack that stretch goal and get some music made. But of course, the priority is just getting the book made in the first place.
So I know a few years ago you were really going full steam ahead with this project. What kind of halted the production on that? Was it just the inability to find a publisher that you really could connect with?
Oh, well, that was basically what I was referencing with the publisher that I spoke to. So the idea where it came from, and this will be one of those things that people say is, oh, that's refreshingly honest, because I don't care. I don't care if people know what I'm thinking because it's I've got nothing to hide. When I left Insomniac, my original intention was to work on my original content, like Dreamside. Like I actually left to make Dreamside specifically. So Dreamside was the intended original project, right? And so I put everything into it. And what I found is when publishers were all kind of telling me the same thing, that if you come out with Dreamside first, you're going to have a really hard time developing an audience because it can be the best book ever made. It doesn't matter. If it's new, it's so hard to get followers. It's so hard to get people to buy into something that's new, which is one of the reasons that people will often do things like fan art, as they're kind of up and coming. But I'm not a huge fan of fan art because one, never mind the legal troubles with it, but it's also kind of unethical in my mind to do too much fan art. If you do it for sale anyway, is because you're basically working with licensed, unlicensed property that, other people have produced. So to some degree, fan art is always kind of one of those things where it's like, all right, I'll draw my Marios and my Princess Peaches and my Zeldas and my Links, and hopefully I can develop enough of a following that people want to discover my own stuff, right? Because I can't do anything with Mario or Zelda, but I can do something with my own stuff, right? So for a long enough period of time, if I do enough fan art, then I can build, a bit of a following that way. But the thing is, I've kind of got this problem with fan art, and I said, okay, anything that I do is going to take time. Like if I take the time to start developing more fan art, it's like, okay, then I'm doing that instead of working on a book or whatever. So I've got to balance the time, right, as to what's the most effective. So one thought that I had, and this was not really the genesis of the Game Legends concept, but it was something that nudged it ahead. As I said, you know what? Look, I can't really develop an audience with Dreamside alone, or at least I'm not thoroughly convinced that I can. But what if I could, make something for a fan base that already exists? It would be a little bit easier for me to not have to worry about marketing and just say, hey, look, what if I made something really cool for a fan base that I think I could make something neat for, and that the fans of that thing would want to see. And it took quite a lot of work to sort of sort through what that would be, because I had talked to a number of studios. This is, I very quickly thought about doing game related books with that thought in mind. And a lot of studios, were open to the idea initially, but actually getting them to commit to it was really hard. And it just so happened to be that Playtonic was formed not that long prior. And I happen to have this connection through Grant Kirkhope, with whom I was already connected. And so it was a little bit easier to kind of get talking with them. But even that was quite a stretch. It was a stretch to get them to bite. It was a stretch to get them to allow me to do a Kickstarter. It was a stretch to even get the project going, because when I initially talked to them, they just weren't ready at the time. So it's like they hadn't developed enough of the story that they're like, yeah, come back to us in a year. Yeah. The kind of thing that basically means screw off and leave us alone.
Right. But you were actually persistent enough to make it work.
That's the thing. They didn't think I was going to come back, but I did. And so I'm like, okay, it's been a year. How's the story now? And they're like, well, so I did a test page, and they liked the test page a lot. And once I had that was pretty much it. I mean, the test page is what sold them. And I just said, hey, this is what it'll look like. And, let's figure out a story that would be good. And then they said, all right, pitch a few stories. I think they rejected the first one that I did. I think I pitched 2 stories. And the second one was what became Cracklestone, which is originally called The Secret Scroll. And then that was it. It was off to the races. And, I thought this would be good because, like, look, Playtonic is already doing all this work to market their stuff. So I'm just kind of leveraging that, it's be like, let them do what they do well, which is develop a fan base. And then I told him, I said, like, look, all that we have to do with this is I just need you to agree that this is an official book, and I need you to talk about it when I'm going to do the Kickstarter. That's pretty much it.
That's how I heard about it. So it worked.
Yeah, it worked. They committed to it and they did their part for sure. And that was right when Daly Johnson was hired too. Her first task was helping me with a Kickstarter.
Oh, she's
Um,
great. I love her presence on Twitter. So fun.
yeah, she's wonderful. And I'm very thankful for Daly's efforts because at the time Andy, who was also wonderful, was being spread really thin. And so my concern was, what if I can't get them to spread the word enough about the project? But Daly really came in and kind of made that. She just kept spreading the word about it, and she just kept tweeting about it. And Procreate really is messing with me. What's going on here? Oh my God, what is happening? Why did it flip all over the place? Anyway, so yeah, she did a fantastic job with that, and the project would not be. I'm firmly convinced not only would it not be successful without her, but it would not be as successful without her. So that was a very fortunate turn of events that she was hired at the time, and then but that's just it. As I said, look, I my thought at the time, and this is going to sound bad, but this is just kind of what was in my mind. It's not all or one thing, nothing's black and white. But my thought at the time was, I'll go and do some of these game books that people would like, and then I can get back to Dreamside, which is the story that I really wanted to make. And so, what ended up happening was I thought naively that Yucca would be an easy project because I was working on Dreamside, and it's really time consuming art. It was, believe it or not, it was more time consuming before. I've simplified it. I don't think it was as good before. I think it's better now, but it still took a long time to make. And so I thought, I'll go do this kind of cartoony style for Yucca. And then being me, I just made Yucca more complicated, because it wasn't complicated enough. And then I started doing all the same stuff I did with Dreamside. So I was doing very complicated lighting situations. There was bounce light all over the place. I was doing colored outlines on everything. Yucca just became like Dreamside 2.0. And it was worse because I also had a million panels, whereas Dreamside has an average of 2 illustrations per spread. So basically 1 per page. Yucca has 7 per page. But I didn't really treat the panels like panels. I treated them like mini illustrations.
They were gorgeous. God, I love just even flipping through that book, even if I'm not sitting down to read it. So it's appreciated.
Well, thank you for saying so. Yeah. Well, that was the problem though, is that it to get that, it took 2.5 years, roughly 3 years, maybe 2.5 years to get that made. And so I thought, well, this is just stupid because the whole point in doing this was to develop a fan base, doing something that would be faster than Dreamside. And then I ended up falling in love with Yucca and making it just as complicated. So it didn't really matter. But the thing that I really love about Yucca is I used to have a very arrogant perspective with writing. When one of the reasons I left Insomniac, because I said, I don't think I can be happy unless I'm making my own characters and stuff like that. And that was not true. I was wrong about that. And it was Yucca that helped me understand that, because I really loved Yucca, just like I loved Dreamside. But I didn't come up with the characters. So I thought that was the first time that had happened to me. And I realized what it actually is it's not that I wanted to work with my own characters. It's that I wanted to work by myself on a project. And it doesn't matter if I've created them. It was just that I like having this sort of independence and the kind of control that I was afforded with these projects. And that's really all it is. So Dreamside, but that didn't change the fact that Dreamside, I think, still just has to be done. But I now have the ability to make anything work. I mean, anything. I could fall in love with anything when it comes to this stuff, and that's part of the approach that I've had with other studios. Is say, look, I relish the opportunity to, work with your characters and see if we can give it the kind of the Cracklestone effect.
Right. I saw some of the test pages you put on Twitter for Knights, and I think you did Toe Jam and Earl as well. Mm-hmm. And both those seemed really cool. And I hope that clearly that worked for Platonic because they saw your test page and then they were really interested in getting you to work on the project. So I hope that those studios are also taking notice of stuff like that, because even just those concepts are really neat.
Thank you. Well, here's the challenge is the funny thing about licensing, and this is something I've since learned because I talked with somebody who has worked, for example, with Sega for licensing. It's not as hard as you think to set it up. So initially my thought was, all right, I've got to work with independent studios, because if I try to go right to like Nintendo or Sega, Nintendo's different. Nintendo's like impossible to work with unless you follow certain rules. But with Sega, for example, it's not impossible to get their property. Even something that's very well known like Knights, I don't think it would actually be that hard. The problem with companies like Sega is that because they are very popular and because they have a lot of properties that people want to work with, they do things like they charge like minimum guarantees and things like that, which is very different from how Platonic worked, which is kind of willing to take chances with me. So, minimum guarantee basically means that I owe them a certain amount of money no matter what. So it's like, if the project doesn't work on Kickstarter, I still have to pay them.
That seems really scary.
Yes, it is. And, but that's just how they work. And I mean, that's one of the ways that big companies like Sega will prevent people, who are, probably not going to break the bank with their projects from taking on their IP and kind of, I'm going to use the term poisoning the brand, in the sense that they want to make sure that quality stuff is made. And one way to get that is to put people in that scary situation where they really have to commit. I mean, it's like, I can't take the chance and take on a property like Knight, say, that I'm going to owe a significant amount of money for, and then screw it up. Like it has to be done well. So that's there. And then, but there's another kind of ugly aspect of licensing that I'm learning about. And it's one of the reasons I do have a secret project that I haven't talked about. And you're not going to get me to spill the beans on this one.
It's fine. I won't try.
Well, which project? No, it's gaming related, and it's gaming. It's sort of gaming, like the way that I've had the Game Legends series concept, which is to say that they're books that adapt, gaming properties of various types. It's related to that, but in a way that develops a new original story. And what's increasingly important, and this is like, I feel like I talked about this recently, but this is killer information for people who ever try and move in this direction. This is the sad truth about kind of being an independent artist doing this stuff. One of the things that I'm very careful about is making sure that I have a good legal relationship, that everything is kind of spelled out on paper. Platonic and I had this. It was a kind of a nightmare, not because of Platonic. They were so agreeable, so easy to work with, but just to make sure everything actually was established properly, cost, thousands of dollars of talking to lawyers and that sort of thing, right? Because I don't know the process, right? So right. I had to learn the process, and that cost a lot of money because lawyers aren't cheap. I don't know if you've heard.
I've gathered.
Yeah. So, but here's the funny part. If I'm working with a big company like Sega, right? And I have a contract, and the contract says, Dave, you have the right to, work with this property and, under these terms, right? And everything is spelled out perfectly. But then right when I'm in the middle of production, let's say I do a Kickstarter and it's successful, right in the middle of production, Sega can send me a cease and desist letter and say, okay, you can't do this anymore. And I'll say, well, wait a minute, we have a contract. And the contract says that I have the right to do this, right? And I don't want to even use the word Sega. It's just, this could happen with any company, right?
Okay. I won't internalize that.
Yeah. So this is not Sega. This is just a fear that I have with large companies. Here's what happens. In order for me to defend my right to actually get the book made, I have to hire a lawyer and I have to actually go to court, right? So I have to like say, hey, look, I've got the rights. Now I have the contract, right? And I do have the right. Like they can't send me a cease and desist legally because I'm authorized, right? But the problem is it will cost me more money to fight for my right to release the book that we have as in the contract than I would make on the book, right? So in other words, I can't actually protect myself. It's impossible unless it sells incredibly well. Like that would be it. If it sells incredibly well, then I'm fine. Like I'm fine no matter what if it sells incredibly well. But because then I can afford to defend myself. But the problem is if a company were to send a cease and desist, there's really nothing I can do. Because I mean it'll cost me it could cost me up to $100,000.
Yeah, so you pretty much just have to take that and say, well, guess I'm done.
Yeah, exactly. Even if I have the paperwork. So then you kind of have to wonder, well, what's the point of the paperwork? And it's like, well, if it really takes off, and some safety is better than none, but what it really kind of means is, in all practical purposes, a large company can prevent me from moving forward no matter what, right? So a lot of it is just taken on faith. So it's like if I'm working with a company and they say, we're going to trust you, Dave, to do a good job. Like, they want to make money on something. They want me to have a successful thing so that they can increase their brand recognition and their quality and all that, right? I mean, the incentive is there, but it's just a thing that I have to be worried about with licensed properties that I hadn't really realized, because Platonic is so easy to work with. And they're so ethical, they're just very, very considerate, and they're good people. Like Platonic I'll never have a problem with Platonic as long as the people that are at Platonic right now remain in charge. There will never be a problem with them.
It's good to hear, because I love them too. It's good to know that they're not secret jerks behind the scenes.
No. They're no. Gavin Price is. I've said this in the past that Gavin Price he is absolutely. He's like an industry Jesus. He's just so considerate and kind, and he's such a smart aleck, that he'll but he's secretly just such an incredibly good person, and he wants everybody to be successful. And I mean, there were times during production when I was working in the book, before we even had like the terms laid out, when Gavin was just very understanding about everything. He was like, oh, we'll figure out the terms and all that. It was like working with your mom. like Gavin was like my mom. Like he's very, very, I mean, that's the kind of guy you want running a studio. Cause he let, and I can't really speak for, I guess, working at Platonic, cause that's not an experience that I had, but forming a relationship with them was unbelievably easy. And I was really, really lucky because that was my first experience. And it doesn't seem like it's quite as easy everywhere. So, we'll see. But anyway, that's just another reason too that I kind of wanted to switch gears for a little bit and try Dreamside, because nobody can do anything with this. I mean, this is my original stuff.
Except mess up the foil on the cover. Watch out for that.
And Dreamside needs holographic foil on the cover. It's like I borrowed Dreamside's holographic foil for Yucca, and I think that was karma's way of telling me that I can't steal for myself. That I was just like, look, I love the holographic foil effects so much that why can't we just make it work for Yucca? But it was really intended for Dreamside, which is, it literally uses rainbows in its, as a central motif in the story. So it's like having a holographic cover is just a no-brainer.
Yeah. Well, now you got all the nonsense out of the way with Yucca, so it should go smoothly now, we can hope.
Yes. Well, I've learned my lesson. And I also know that even if, for example, if I work with the same manufacturer, I know what they can't do, and so there are ways that they can make the foil work, but we have to use like a different laminate, for example. So the book would have like a different laminate. The thing is, I don't actually like the laminate that they know that works, because it's super matte. I hate super matte. I hate it. Like it's like, do you know what super matte is? It's awful.
I mean, I know what matte is, so I can assume that it's just very, very like flat and not glossy.
Well, super matte, you'll know super matte because it has a very disingenuous name, because it is not super. But basically it's not even. So what super matte is, it's kind of it's if you ever held like a hardbound book,
yeah,
it's using everything that has like a rubbery feel to it.
Okay.
It's very common now. Like if there's a lot of friction if you hold it. It literally it feels like it's rubber. That's super matte. So it's used very commonly because it's seen as this like luxurious premium coating. But the problem with super matte is twofold. Okay, the biggest problem with super matte is it picks up every scratch, dent, mark, everything. Hand oils rub off on it and can be visible. It's disgusting. It looks awful. If you have any dander or anything that collects on the book, because it literally it's like rubber, so it sticks to it. So it just makes an awful look. But then secondly, because it's so dull, every color looks so dull underneath super matte. And if you use like a dark color, like if you have like a black cover with super matte, it's awful. It looks like 70% gray, no matter how dark it was printed. So super matte's just the worst. However, super matte works with foil.
Great.
So, and you will find super matte being used often with a combination of spot gloss UV. So, you'll have those like areas that look really glossy because adjacent to it is super matte, which is very dull. It doesn't have any shine to it. And then you'll have these like shiny glossy areas. It looks great, but super matte just is the worst. I cannot have a super matte book. Like it's one of those things that even if 99% of people who are buying the book said we love super matte, I don't think I could do it.
Don't compromise your principles.
What's that?
Don't compromise your principles. Don't give in to the evil texture. Don't do it.
Yeah. Right. Oh man. Yeah. No. It's just awful. I don't know. Some people like it. I'm just not one of those people. That's not something that I think is believable.
It's a shame that the foil works well on it, since it's so.
Well, I love the glossy look. Maybe you recall. I mean, I don't know how long you've been playing games, or if your interest levels fall we'll say 2003, and kind of more focused in the 90s. But there was a company that was. I'm not going to say it was a super popular company, but it was a localization company called Working Designs. I don't know if you've ever heard of them.
They sound familiar. What did they work on?
Well, they were a localization company that primarily would bring Japanese role-playing games to the States when they really were not very prominently featured over here. So you would have, this is kind of like pre-Final Fantasy VII era.
Okay, so like Chrono Trigger type stuff?
Yeah, well, but games similar to Chrono Trigger, although they did not do Chrono Trigger.
Okay.
But yeah, they had they're probably the game that I'm going to say probably sold the best for them. That was around the PlayStation 1 era was the Lunar games, like Lunar Silver Star Story. Those were, I'm going to say they were probably at the top of their sales. So they were a little bit more in the kind of niche arena of doing these kind of like JRPG localizations, again, when it wasn't really very common in the States to find these games, because at the time there was a lot of sort of prejudice against those games, because there was a theory that Americans just did not like JRPGs. They didn't like playing in that type of game that was very grindy and had you kind of sit in battles. And at the time it was almost kind of, it seemed ridiculous that Americans would even like those types of games. But then Square released Final Fantasy VII on the PlayStation, and that kind of changed people's perspectives on JRPGs. And they had a few other success stories like Chrono Trigger and Final Fantasy 3 or 6 or whatever.
Yeah,
Nintendo.
I'm certain Pokemon helped change those ideologies too, which is funny. I still think turn-based battlers are really polarizing. My brother thinks they're the most boring thing and the epitome of retro games, and he won't touch them. But I think they're wonderful. Like, I'm really into the Persona series as well.
Yeah, right. So they're quite popular now. It's just that at the time they were a little less. They were kind of less of a sure thing. So if you were a game developer at the time, or a game publisher rather, it was considered to be a big risk to take on a JRPG. And it wasn't even just the grindy aspects. It was also the cultural aspects of having a very Japanese feeling game, because even though so many popular games at the time came from Japan, including the consoles themselves, it was just not really seen as. I think maybe because a lot of the games, like the Mario games, could be very easily seen as just sort of these fantastical uh, universes. They weren't really seen as being very culturally Japanese, and so it was a little bit easier to make a sale with Mario than with these titles that were a little bit more culturally specific. Put it that way.
Yeah.
And this, of course, was not really necessarily what people thought. It was just what publishers were afraid would be the reaction. So there were companies, though, that kind of filled the hole in the industry, as they call it. And that was Working Designs was one of these companies. They took on a lot of these localizations. But the reason that I bring them up is because, believe it or not, they weren't actually known for their games so much as they were known for their packaging of the games. Because at the time, you had, back in my day, you had very uniform packaging. You still kind of have this to a degree, but today you will find a lot more variance in packaging for like collector's editions and that sort of thing. But at the time, that really was not a thing. You basically had the one type of box. So if it was Super Nintendo, it came in the Super Nintendo type box. If it was a Genesis, it came in the Genesis clamshell box or the cardboard or whatever. What Working Designs did is they would create these extremely high end collector's editions where they would have on the covers, they would use this like super thick paper stock. They would use, everything would be surprising. They would do gold foils. They would do holographic foils. They would do really, really neat stuff that made their games like super, super collectible. And they were doing that at a time when basically nobody was doing that. So you would always know when it was a Working Designs game because it would have some crazy packaging, something like nutso cover. And that's actually that was a big inspiration for me with Dream Prism, because I want every packaging of everything. But in this case, of course, it's bookbinding, but I want each one to kind of be this like super premium collectible packaging, such that you have like, foils and extremely thick paper stock, like just within the book itself, with Cracklestone, you can see some of the elements that we could do, like little things that just kind of make it seem a little bit more premium, like the fact that it's on super thick end boards. Like it's the end boards, the board that binds the book together is it's 145 point, which is extremely thick. So if you go and you look at those boards and compare them to the end boards on most books, it's a lot thicker, maybe by like a millimeter or so. The paper itself is 100-pound paper. Usually comics will come on like 70 or 80-pound paper. So the paper feels very thick and very premium. We're using all kinds of special features like that to try and give the books a premium feel, right? So a lot of that actually stems from Working Designs and the way that they did this like crazy awesome packaging that I just never I never forgot how cool it was to go in the store and see these like real standout boxes.
I'm going to have to look this up now. I think I'm a little younger than you, so I probably never saw them in a store, but they sound lovely.
Yeah, they're really, really incredible. But yeah, I think they went, basically, I think they went defunct in around 2005. And as I understand it, it was a tragic case where I think Sony changed the plan on them like 2 times in a row that made them lose money. I can't remember exactly what happened, but they had 2 games that they were working on. The first of which was released was this. No, I think I know what it was. I think it was, they had this thing called the what was it, Arc the Lad, I think was the series. So it was a trilogy of games, and they put them all in one package. But I think their original intention was to do them as 3 separate SKUs. And so if you sell like an RPG on its own on the PlayStation 1, you would sell it for like $59.99. But since they put them all together, you can't sell a game in a retail market, for $180, right? So they had basically the same amount of work, but they put it in a collector's package that was priced at like $79.99. So that like, as I understand it, that hugely ate into their profits on that. So they had to like take a loss on that. And then they did another game for the PlayStation 2 that also ended up getting released. It was supposed to be two separate games. Growl Lens or Generations is what it was called. And that was also forced by Sony, as I understand it, to be packaged in one box. So again, it was almost like they localized anyway, like 3 games for free.
Good old Sony.
Yeah. So they weren't happy with that arrangement. I'm pretty sure that killed them because they just couldn't afford it after that. And they had a niche market, but it was a successful niche market. And it was a real shame. I think it was really a shame for me too, because they were about to bring over the PlayStation 2 Goemon game. And I'm a Goemon nut. I love those games.
They put like a costume for him in Smash now, right? He's got like a following.
I think so. Well, Goemon is very popular in Japan,
right,
and was less so in the States. It's a kind of an it's inspired by the Japanese Edo period, and it's just this fun, quirky, very, very silly, but also absolutely beautiful and wonderfully fun series of games that Konami made. But it just never really took off here. They probably the most successful one here was the Goemon 64, which came out 1998 or so. But the character's still very popular in Japan. It's as far as I know.
I will have to pick that up on your recommendation. I'm kind of an N64 nut, if you couldn't tell by my obsession with ukulele. But
if you haven't played Goemon, there are 2 Goemon 64 games. The first one is the one I'm talking about. I think here it was called Mystical Ninja.
Okay.
It was very, very strange retitling. They called it Mystical Ninja starring Goemon. Which is weird because I don't know what they were thinking, because their thought was, oh, well, nobody knows what Goemon means. So they changed it to Mystical Ninja starring Goemon, as though people would be like, oh, if they put starring Goemon, then maybe people will be tricked into thinking this is a really popular character here. It didn't work. Check them out. Goemon on the N64 was really, really appealing to me. In fact, I remember that I imported that game because it was a very kind of Zelda-like title where there was a kind of an exploratory, adventurous aspect to it. I was so crazy about getting more 3D platform games like that at the time that one which I assumed would never come over to the States because the other ones hadn't. I think except for one Super Nintendo game. I imported it and I played through it in Japanese. I figured out what to do with it. And that was not the easiest job in the world, because it was before game FAQs and.
God, you were dedicated. I'm like you though. I'm always craving those new 3D platformer experiences, so I understand.
Check that one out. It is very much of the time, but it's a fantastic game, and it does a couple of things really, really in a very unique fashion. Like it was around the same time that Grant Kirkhope was introducing the multi-track dynamic audio that you heard in Banjo-Kazooie,
right?
Which is such a cool thing. That was featured in Goemon in the dungeons that they had. Nintendo, it seems like with Skyward, it took them until like Skyward Sword before they started doing dynamic multi-track audio in the dungeons, so that the music would change as you get further into the dungeon, and it would kind of evolve in real time. Banjo did that when you would go into a cave and you'd hear like the marimba, and then you would go outside and it would turn into horns or something, but it would be at the same position of the music. So that was dynamic multi-track audio. Goemon
did that before Banjo? Was it Goemon?
Goemon, I think it did. I think it did do it before Banjo, because I think Goemon came out before Banjo, if I remember. The first game that I know of to ever do that was Monkey Island.
The Tim Schafer one, right?
Yeah. It was. I think it was Monkey Island. Where as you're walking around the environment, you'll hear different instrumentation take over the melody.
Right.
But the melody remains in the same position. So it's just a stunningly cool effect that it still gets me giddy. But Goemon had one of the coolest examples of it because it wasn't just that it shifted, it was that it amplified the excitement of the level. So they had like 3 stages of it. I still have yet to play a game that does this. So what you would do is it was simple. It was very simple, but it was a great foundation. So what they would do with the levels is as you got deeper into the dungeon, which was a very Zelda-like dungeon, as you would hit these progression points, the music would evolve into, it would include more instrumentation. It would get a little bit more exciting. And so as you got to the climax of the level, it would be kind of a much more boisterous version of the song. So it kind of mirrored your feeling as you were getting through the level, as you got more excited about getting near the end. So I thought that was really cool.
It sounds wonderful. I'm going to have to check this out. I'll have to get back to you on my feelings on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it's a really fun, obscure game. I have no idea how the writing was in the translated version because I had only played the Japanese and I couldn't read anything. So for me, it was kind of a fun, surreal experience because I didn't know what anything was telling me. But that kind of added to it in a weird way. So it's kind of a unique experience. It's not a game that you have to understand what people are saying anyway. It's just that there are some hints given for some very obscure things that you have to do at a certain point in the game. Like there's one part where you have to shoot, one of the weapon types that you have is to actually shoot your coins. So the money that you collect, you can shoot as like a projectile weapon. And there is one part when you have to shoot the currency into this one location 5 times in a row. And literally, it's almost like a code. I wouldn't have ever known that you had to do that. And that one, I think I found that out when I searched online in some message board. And because I'm like, I had no idea how to progress. Like, oh, you have to shoot, of course you have to shoot 5 coins into this little shrine or something. I'm like, how would I ever know that?
It's probably especially tricky when you're playing through blind and you really just have to guess what the NPCs are telling you.
Yeah, well, that was just it. Yeah, because I think when you play through in the localized version, I'm pretty sure they're giving those hints, but I just didn't know what they were.
Now, are N64s region free? Did you have to do like some funky stuff to get that to play too?
N64s were region free in terms of the data. What they did was it was kind of, I'm going to say, I don't know if I want to say rudimentary or prehistoric. They basically just changed the positioning of the plastic tabs on the cartridges between the two so that if you tried to put a cartridge into the wrong system, the tabs would not slide into each other because they were like Lego, right? They were in a different position. So the way that they kept a Japanese cartridge out of a US system was just the position of the tabs. So on the Japanese cartridges, they had the tabs, like on the US cartridges, if you look at a US N64 cart, the back bottom corners are cut out. But on the Japanese ones, there's like an indentation a little further into the cartridge, right? So on the N64, there was just a piece of plastic that would fit into one of those 2 slots, right? So you just physically couldn't put the cartridge into the system. So we literally just ground off the plastic bits.
It's so funny that works.
Well, that's what I thought at the time. I'm like, this can't be this easy. But I was over at my buddy's house and his dad looked at the cartridge. He's like, I can grind that off. And so he just took his sander and ground off the sand bit or the plastic bit. And it fit in the cartridge and turned on. It was fine.
Some real high tech MacGyver stuff.
That's just it. It worked. Yeah. But yeah, obviously it's not quite so easy with, we'll say technical lockouts on modern systems. Although I'm very glad that the Switch is region free.
Thank goodness, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's great not only to be able to play import titles from Japan, but also sometimes you'll get a localization that will come out in in England or something like that, and that's been translated, and so we can actually get European cartridges. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it seems like companies aren't locking different language carts so much often anymore. I really don't understand why it was big, especially when, like, where were you going to order these games from back in the day? I'm sure it was really difficult for you to find a Japanese version of Goemon for that.
Yeah. Well, there were these import catalogs and that sort of thing. I think the reason that they did it, if I understand the reason that region locking is still done, because there are a few regions, I would say that maybe there are, I don't know, what are there, 6 regions or so in the world. So it's like they have, Japan is basically one, but like Europe covers a lot of territories. There's an Asian territory that covers different countries. Um, but the reason, as I understand that they would do it primarily, was because they needed to have a way to control. They basically needed to be able to understand how sales were doing in different regions. So, for example, or think, for example, like what I just described about the Kickstarter, right? So, when they would, like, let's say that this game, it's the same game, right? It would be developed in Japan, right? And then it would come to the States. And so you could import the title. But if you imported the title, it meant that you didn't buy the American version, right? So the problem would be the American release would require a certain amount of investment. So they would say, okay, well, this will target the American group. And they'll say, all right, well, how many people in the States will probably want this game? Right? And so the numbers are skewed if you import. Because even though you're in the States, they don't really count that as an American sale. It's counted as a Japanese sale because you bought it from Japan, right? So in a way, it kind of makes it difficult for them to figure out the math on which territories, like how many to print for each territory, and to make sure that they're doing their, they want to know, like, well, what sells well in the States, because maybe there's a title. This is the irony of it. Maybe there's a title that is so popular in the States that literally everybody imports it, and then the publisher will look and say, well, we released this game in the States, but nobody bought it, so it's not popular in the States. But that's just because they had all already imported the title. So it's funny how you can kind of screw up the sales data by doing importing. And it also, there are other things too, like being able to control regional differences and things like that. Like Goemon, for example, has what is it called, the manji, as like a, it's basically it's the swastika. And so that in Buddhism is a very different concept, right? So the manji is on these blocks that you can interact with in the game. Well, when the game came to the States, people would assume that's a swastika, and that wouldn't go over well.
Right.
So that's a thing that they would change for the localization. That was not a problem for the Japanese region. So that's an example. It lets them control that, and so that Konami would not get in trouble because people would be importing it and saying, "Hey, Konami has swastikas in their game," and then
whoops.
Yeah, they're like, no, that's the manji, that's different. But people don't necessarily know that, so those kinds of things.
Right.
Yeah. I've got this. I'm starting to prefer these character positions quite a bit. I was always cheating it before because I had what I was explaining this earlier as I was drawing this, is that I have like basically the surface of the mattress would be something like here, right? And so Sarah's position is literally impossible unless her legs are inside the mattress, or she would be kneeling, but then you would see she'd be like squatting down, but you would see the leg here, and then it would be going over the edge of the plane. So it was never a realistic pose, and I think I just cheated it because I wanted to get them very visible, like get a kind of a strong character silhouette. But the pose itself is totally unnatural. So I think that's working a lot better now.
Yeah, they both look more relaxed in the newer version that you're making.
Right. Well, that's part of that is just wanting to get away from the kind of overacted, more cartoony nature. Because in the original, my thought was I wanted to be a bit more stylish in the artistic presentation. So it's like if you take a game like Persona, you brought up Persona. Persona uses hyperacted performances because it's trying to always sort of have a graphically beautiful image at all times. So if the camera shows something from a weird angle, it still looks like it was drawn and is graphically well arranged. but that sometimes leads to unnatural performances because people don't naturally pose in a way that is, we'll say, graphically beautiful all the time.
Right.
You know, so occasionally we'll have poses where they look a little bit too forced. So I wasn't really sure the direction I wanted to go with Dreamside in that, but because I'm moving in a bit more of a sensitive direction with the story, I want a bit more natural posing with the characters. And so I had to, I guess I had to pull back from something that I tried really hard to make in the past. It turned out to be the wrong direction.
I think a really funny example of those over exaggerated poses is I know for a while there was a big movement online where people would specifically take like very sexualized female character poses and just draw a man in the exact same pose specifically for like comic books. And they always looked totally absurd when you swap the gender. It really like put a highlight on how silly those poses were to begin with.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's what's funny about any sort of, yeah, well, those kinds of poses fall into the same category, right? Where you have the more stylized, the more, we'll say, exaggerated, cartoony, stylish, posed out, or like what's an artist who would typically do that kind of thing, is very graphic oriented. I still never, I know the person's name, but I never really got the correct pronunciation, but I think it's Musha. It's either Musha or Muka. Muka? Alphonse Muka? Muksha? Whatever. I don't know.
I don't know either. I'm sorry.
It's Mucha. And it's a very, very popular artist who does these. His pieces almost look like they're stained glass windows. They're very graphically flat. They're designed to look as flat as possible, and they're almost like 100% decorative. So the poses are very unnatural, and they're very beautiful because of that. But they're exaggerated. It's kind of like if you had a figure in front of you and you said, hey, "Pose," right? The figure, the person would do something that would be a natural movement. But if you went up and started manipulating the body and said, "Look, I want the arm to be a little bit more, elevated here, and maybe extend your finger in a way that you wouldn't normally do," and you can create these lines of beauty, in the body, and that wouldn't necessarily fit. It wouldn't create convincing acting, right? But on the other hand, if you move in the direction that it's posed out exactly realistically, like what would a character actually do, then you lose that kind of, persona-esque exaggerated graphic posing, right? And so everything is kind of a balance between. It is just funny, of course, that the example that you gave is a very funny example. I mean, it's the whole boob and butt pose thing is very funny.
It's so silly.
Yeah, that is very funny. Yeah, obviously with Dreamside, it's that's not. I'm going out of my way to create more realistic character poses now, and certainly the sexual appeal is not something that I'm trying to do.
Hopefully not.
Yeah, that's not what I'm trying to do here. Although it's funny because I had in the past, sometimes people would make comments in that regard, and they say, that characters can be perceived as being maybe a little bit too stylishly attractive or something like that. And it's funny because I always thought that when I got that comment from somebody, I'd be like, I haven't really thought about that. I'm trying to make beautiful pictures, beautiful poses, beautiful characters, but they're not, that kind of dips into a totally different world. And I thought a person who says that is kind of revealing something about their own thoughts.
Right.
And I thought that's kind of, because it made me think at one point, I remember years ago, I got comments like that from some people, and it kind of frightened me a little bit because I'm like, oh, that's not what I'm going for. And so I needed to make sure that I was doing the right thing with the characters. And there were times when I would think, oh, maybe I need to, I either have to redesign the characters, or I have to age them up, or I have to do something else to kind of avoid this problem. And then I stopped and thought, I'd be like, well, there's nothing in Dreamside that is sexual in nature at all. There's no content like that. That's not what it's about anyway. And so it's one of those things I said, this is really somebody kind of reading into this in a way that is not there. And I thought, I can't let that kind of thing I can't let that kind of fear halt the progress of it, because there are people who will think that about, furniture.
Right.
I mean, people have different tastes in all kinds of different ways about all kinds of different things, and I can't account for everybody's. I'm gonna say neuroses. It's just not really possible for me to do that. To me, this is exactly what it should look like. And the other thing about it is these characters are, yeah, it disturbs me when people say that, especially when I go on the more realistic direction with the characters, because I think part of what I think I'm proud to say that I'm achieving with this story and with this art is that the characters do feel like real kids, and that in a way that they didn't before. The posings are realistic, and I have 10 nieces and nephews. They just kind of keep popping out, and so I'm around kids a lot. I always have been, and so there's a way that kids behave, and there's a mannerism to the way that kids move around. They're like little animals. They just climb all over everything, and they'll find that the kids are not. They don't really think about their posings. They don't think about being embarrassed. It's like as they get older, as we get older and we start to become a little bit more conscious of how we look to other people, we sit a little bit more politely, and, we won't do things like, pull our leg around our head and like scratch our butt, like that's something that we kind of stopped doing when we reach maybe 12 years old or so.
Speak for yourself.
But it's, well, most of us anyway. I can't speak for everybody, but, it's just funny because the realism of the characters in the story, if the perception that people are getting from that is that it somehow moves in that direction, it's like it disturbs me, and I worry a little bit about that, because I'm like, look, I really don't want to create something that has that sort of appeal, and so it is important that that's not the case. So you can be a steward and let me know if that's becoming the case in any way, shape, or form.
I certainly don't think so. I wouldn't internalize it. I think one of the reasons that people might think that way is, especially in anime and manga, so often I'll be like reading or watching this story where this character will be drawn very adult, and they'll have these very complex problems, and then of course they'll reveal their age and they'll be like 13, and it's like, no way, cut it out, Japan.
Yeah, either they're a lot more mature over there than we are, or they're full of it.
Right. But
yeah,
why are you designing these characters with these adult problems and then giving them a childlike age? It's kind of a disturbing trend.
Yeah, no, I see where you're coming from, and yeah, that is kind of an interesting kind of cultural difference there. But yeah, with when it comes to, man, I mean, yeah, anime is kind of its own ball game in that regard. And it's you never quite can tell what is just kind of a cultural difference and what is something that is like, oh, this is, people in this culture will think the same way that I think about this, in that maybe it's kind of creepy.
Yeah.
And it's kind of hard to tell, because you can design characters, for example, that will have maybe they'll be hyper exaggerated proportions. So you can have like an adult character, who becomes chibified, say, for example, as they might call it, if you're familiar with that term.
Right.
But,
yeah.
So you can have that sort of thing happen, and then you might have a perception of a character that looks like a young kid, but it could be discussing these adult themes, and it might be funny to some people, it might be offensive to some people. It's kind of hard to gauge that, and so I try not to think too hard about it. I just sort of make what I make. But every now and again, if it bleeds into what I'm doing or people are perceiving it, I think you hit the nail on the head there, by the way. And just in terms of just the implication that you said that because other media is doing this, it develops an expectation from people that must be what you're doing.
Right.
And so that's a little, yeah, I can't really do anything about that.
Yeah, and once people read the story and they see that these characters are really acting within their age group, I think those creepy comments will hopefully die down.
Well, there'll always be some. there are some. I will tell you that I had some very interesting comments, even with the ukulele project. And like people, not everybody is shy about telling you their thoughts on things. And I had one person who wanted some custom artwork.
Oh my.
And it was not something I was really all that interested in drawing. And I thought, this. But the thing is, it wasn't the request that got to me. It was the brazen, like obviousness of the request. It was just like, well, of course, this is what you should be drawing. And it was very confusing to me. And I thought, like, why is this the thing that this person wants? Anyway, so I politely declined that request, saying that I don't really have the authority to draw the characters in the manner that you were describing.
Right, because you left it pretty open-ended for sketch requests for the Kickstarter, so hopefully most people were polite about it.
Yeah, well, this wasn't even for that, too. No, everybody was extremely easy to work with in that regard. They were fun requests, and they were all like some were really funny. I think that there was Trouser in an action pose was one that I got. Like that was the extent of the request. And so I made him look like he belonged in the Karate Kid movies.
Oh, wonderful.
But it's Trouser. I mean, come on, it's fantastic. There was one where a guy wanted me to make the characters look like they had the celebratory poses at the end of Donkey Kong Country 2 levels. So there's kind of like the thing with Diddy and Dixie when they would do the little celebration with the.
Oh, I think I saw that one. Yeah, where they play the little musical instruments at the end.
Yeah. That was a lot of fun. There were actually 2 that were people wanted to be related to banjo specifically. So like, I did one that was like playing the instruments like the beginning of Banjo-Kazooie, but instead of, different instrumentation and stuff like that, just kind of mirroring that. So those were really fun requests. And luckily somebody requested Shell the Space Witch, which is just such a cool character.
Yeah. So I noticed when I was playing through for the first time that she seemed like she had a lot of personality and character. And I know Platonic hinted that they wanted to put their new character for an IP in Yooka-Laylee. And I know you can't confirm anything, but she seemed like she had a lot of backstory. So we'll see.
Yeah. Well, they talk about a lot of things. They talk about a lot of things. And the thing is that, you would be surprised at how little information I can get from them. Because like I said, I mean, if just use the example that I gave you of the fact that I couldn't even get them to give me a build of the game for the longest time as evidence of how hard it can be to actually get information out of them.
Right.
So yeah, but I know that they're always working on something interesting. I guarantee you that you will love everything that they're doing.
Oh, I'm dying to know their new project. Someday soon, hopefully, it'll give me like a little snippet, little taste.
Oh yeah, of course. It's all in good time. But yeah, they're always doing something cool over there, and it's always going to be a little innovative. That's the cool thing is just like Rare, they kind of have that sensibility of always innovating a little bit with everything. So you never quite know exactly what to expect. And even like with Impossible Lair had a lot of innovative features to it. Not the least of which was the kind of Zelda style overworld.
That was my favorite part because I'm mostly a 3D platformer person. So as much as I enjoy like 2D platformer, course clear type stuff, I'm really there for the collectathon things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It was I would say it's up there. Probably was my favorite part too. I think I would say so. And that was who was the designer on that? Was Hamish? I think it was Hamish. Yeah. They're one I believe they're one Australian designer.
He did a great job.
Yeah, he did a killer job with that. It was funny because as far as the levels being my favorite, I remember when I played the game, I was talking to Gavin and I said, hey, awesome job and everything. And he said, what's your favorite level? And I said, it was the power pump electrified level.
Mm-hmm.
And that was his level. He's like, that is the correct choice. It was power pump electrified and the Gem Quest one, I think, were my favorites.
I'm really partial to Clinking Carnival, if not just for the music being so wonderful.
Oh, that's right. That was a fun one. The underwater ones are great too.
Yeah, I was surprised with that because normally I do not like underwater motion in games, and it was really satisfying in Impossible Lair.
Yeah, they got the movement down, I would say, and yeah, they did that very very well. The first underwater level, I think, is when they had the festive hook is when it clicked. I have this term that I call the festive hook, and I was actually just talking about this to there's a game that released on the Switch today called Alwa's Legacy,
Hmm.
which is awesome. You definitely want to check that one out. It's kind of a Metroidvania type of adventure game.
Well, I love that. I'm there.
Uh, it's really good. It's a team in Sweden, and just just wonderful game. So check out it's Alwa's Legacy. Anyway, I was just talking to the lead on that game, and I was telling him how the game it has what I call the festive hook. And the festive hook is this, it's just a thing that it's a term that I have. It's one of those made up terms that is the magic point when an exploratory adventure game reveals its scope. And it's when you settle in and you get a very excited feeling from the game. And I pick these various points in games where I get that feeling because I get it. I'm sure everybody gets the same feeling. Uh, just at different points in different games, right? So I use the example of like Breath of the Wild. Did you play Breath of the Wild?
Yes, it's one of my favorite games.
Well, Breath of the Wild, I think for me, the what I call the festive hook is when you reach and are on your way. Really, you're on your way and just reach the first village, because at that point there are a few things the game has taught you. It's taught you that this is a huge game, and you've only scratched the surface of it. And when you reach the village, it also has a thematic feel that's different from what you've seen thus far in the game. And so the scope of the game hits you, and you realize, oh my God, this is going to be an incredible adventure. And you get that excited, cozy feeling where you want to just keep playing for hours, you know?
Right. And I
So
think that's where Impo really starts revealing the plot of the game to you too, for like here's what happened while you were asleep and here's what needs to be done.
right. And yeah, you get some story information, you get something that's thematically unique. You got some battle experience. You were a little frightened by the challenge of the world because it's so easy to die at that point in
That's
the
true.
game. You know, you saw like the horse stable on the way. You know, provided that you took the route that the game seems to want you to take. And yeah, it just kind of hits you all at once. Mario 64, you know, has that probably after you get the first star, you know, in the first level. So you go and you realize that there's a few directions that you could go in that game. You know, and different games that are exploratory in nature have these kind of these hooks. And the reason I call it the festive hook is it's actually in reference to the never-ending story, which really was had quite an impact on me. Um,
I couldn't tell.
yeah, but the book at the end of the first like the introductory chapter, you know, the story of the never-ending story has this boy Bastian who steals this fantastical book from a bookshop because he's running away from bullies, and he goes and hides away in the school attic and reads this book that's intrigued him because it apparently is this never-ending story. And so there's a moment when you get through the weight of the situation to describe a lot of Bastian's backstory and some of the things that he's dealing with, and the fact that his dad is a little aloof and his mom is gone, and there's a lot of weight behind everything that's presented to you at this point. And then he grabs the book and he opens it up, and it describes it in the following way. It says that he picked up the book and he looked at the cover and he saw the Orin symbol, which is the kind of magical symbol from the Neverending Story. And it says that an almost festive feeling overcomes him, and he opens the book, you know, and dives into the adventure. So it's like it's not right in the beginning of the story, and it's not after, you know, we've gotten into the kind of the first act. It's really more sort of an introductory moment, but it's late enough that we have gotten a sense of the scope of the adventure. So I think when a game can present that, it's you know, or a story in general can present those festive moments. I try to create that in ukulele too, with a Cracklestone. That there's a specific moment when you are supposed to feel that, and the moment in Cracklestone.
Let me try. Would you say when they first enter the tome for the Cracklestone? Because I really kind of felt it there.
I would say that would be the second. If the one that I pushed for would not work, that would be the second one. Yeah,
okay.
That's definitely the beginning of the adventure. But it's, I'll tell you, my intention was when they land in the swamp area after fighting it was originally called Fred, and I really wanted it to be Fred, but Andy insists that I change the name to Rupert. And I do love Rupert. Well, he didn't insist on Rupert. He said just a more British sounding name than Fred. And I thought, isn't Fred short for Frederick? Is that not a British name?
I'll call him Fred for you. He'll be Fred.
Fred. It was a perfect name for this kind of big guy. I don't know what it was. There's something about calling him Fred that just kept cracking me up. But anyway, so we'll temporarily call him Fred. So after you defeat Fred and he falls down the waterfall and there you are, that what happens in that moment is they're in the story, but it's the moment when they become unmistakably thrust in that they can't go back because they've fallen down this waterfall. And if Laylee's not strong enough to pick Yuka back up the waterfall, so I wanted to convey this idea that the waterfall is the signal that they've reached the point of no return, and in front of them is a very different landscape from what you just saw. They're kind of down in this fantastical swampy forest area, which, by the way, was going to be a swamp originally because I didn't know that there was a swamp level in the game because they didn't give me a build of the game for so long. And then I had to change it into kind of this fairy swampy place with mushrooms and stuff, just so it wouldn't be too similar to the swamp level in the game. But that's really the moment because it's really when they're stuck in. They have to just keep moving forward, and it's kind of an exciting experience for the reader at that point, hopefully, because you realize, okay, the scope of the book, we're going to see a lot of these fantasy landscapes. Things are going to be different, and they're clearly still a long way from the goal.
Okay, well, I will have to internalize the festive hook and start looking for that in media that I like.
Yeah. See, because I think that a lot of you can find it, in whether it's intentionally created or not, obviously, but you can find it in good, really solid adventure stories that have any sort of, we'll say, epic progression. And I think ones that do that very well are really exciting. The 80s fantasy movies were fantastic in this regard. They really, they did not shy away from scope. They threw everything but the kitchen sink in there. It's like movies like The Dark Crystal.
I love The Dark Crystal, but of course I talked about liking Henson earlier, so that shouldn't surprise you.
Right. Well, Labyrinth was another one that had a very clear hook to me, where it's not right when Jenny enters the labyrinth, but rather it's once she is. What is the part? It's when it's right. I think it's right before she gets to the door where they're the helping hands, and she's kind of in that first region, but you can see in the distance how far she is from the castle. It makes a point of pointing out that she's got a long way to go, right? But at the same time, she's kind of stuck into the labyrinth, and you're starting to see some of the fun, quirky characters that she's going to encounter, and some of the weird rules that the labyrinth has. At the same time, you're watching this very unusual David Bowie Goblin King dance around and wear big wigs and incredibly revealing pants.
What a treat.
What's that?
What a treat.
Yeah. Yeah. And the mixture between those two events is just like, it just culminates right in that moment, and the story really begins. So it's a little after kind of the story actually begins. You know what I mean? It's a little after. It kind of lets you get used to the world just a little bit, but there's a lot of promise of what will lay ahead. I think I'm digging these posters.
I'll really have to look for this now because I'm so interested in this explanation. I've never thought about this before.
Oh yeah. Well, it's how does a movie pull you in? I mean, how is a story going to get you to lose yourself in it? Like with a book, when a book does it properly, you will forget that it's getting dark out. Okay. When a book does it properly, it's when You're sitting there and you're looking at the book, and the room has gotten dark, and you're still reading, and you're kind of squinting, and you didn't notice that you have to turn the light on, and then somebody walks by and they're like, "Why are you reading in the dark?" And when that happens, you know that a book has sucked you in so thoroughly that not only must it, of course, have had that sort of festive hook, but you're just lost in it, you know. And if a book can do that, if it can be interesting and intriguing and enveloping enough, then, you know, then the author did their job. I love Sarah's little light here. I've got this, like, I created this toy line. This is one that I cut, but I probably still use it. But I had it on her shelf. These, like, robo-toys, as I call them. So I created this fictional toy line for the story called Robo-Toys, which I've since developed into a story of its own. So Robo-Toys is something to look for in the future.
Coming in 2030.
Yeah, yeah, you got the timeline right. So yeah, but anyway, the fun of this image is that this is really when we kind of see the magic of what's going to happen in the story. Because prior to this point, this is actually getting toward the end of the first book. But prior to this point, anything magical that's happened within the story has happened in dreams. And the first chapter has Sarah in a dream, and she's introduced to this character, you know, and then we see her real life, and that's juxtaposed with a nightmare sequence. And in the nightmare, there are all kinds of fantastical things that happen as well, but it's within a dream, right? This is the first time when we see the real world actually transition into fantasy. So it tells you the rules of what you can expect with the story, and that's absolutely nothing because you can't expect anything from here. At this point, if the room in the real world can break apart and shatter, and suddenly they're off in the sky and the patient bed is turned into a plane, there are no rules of what you're going to see here, which this is the point when I want you to get excited because you don't know what's coming next. And every time you turn the page, you might be surprised by what happens. And that's when I can really kind of kick the reader in the teeth. And well, I mean that in a good way, in the sense that I can hit with intense elements, the kind of scary elements that take me back to what I really loved about 80s fantasy. Okay, 80s fantasy kicked you in the teeth sometimes. It was frightening. There were times when it got surprisingly dark, but that potency helped make the stories resonate and be very memorable. I mean, think about how many grotesque things are in even Labyrinth, right? I mean, bring that up. Like, Labyrinth has a lot of grotesque elements that are kind of frightening. You know, the Dark Crystal as well. And that's not just because there were these practical, quirky puppet effects, right? It's also because it got dark.
Yeah.
And if it gets dark, then when you see the light, it's so much brighter, you know, because by comparison, it's you get a, you know, I want to stretch the boundaries of what's allowed in the darkness, and I want to stretch the expectations of what you see in the light. So Dreamside is like, take what you're allowed to make with movies today, which are just so scaled over and restricted, lest you know, you create something that is going to just be too scary or present too many ideas or whatever. And it's going to stretch the boundaries really, really far out to what we remember from the 80s. That's why I want to do this independently. Because at the end of the day, when I have some of the sharp corners in Dreamside, those get shaved off in production environments. It's like you have a ball that has spikes all over it, right? And the spikes are part of what make it fun, because you never know where the sharp points are, right? And if they surprise you, it's like, oh, that's exciting, right? That's where the adventure comes from. But studios tend to kind of have so much compromising going on that they'll kind of rub out the sharp bits.
Yeah, the stuff that makes it unique. It's almost like too much of a think tank that's like, oh, this has worked before, and we don't know how this is going to work, so we don't want to let you try that. And it's like, but what if it's really cool?
Yeah, and maybe they're scared of trying it, you know, and they're frightened by what people's perception will be of it.
Right.
And that's fine. That's okay. Not everything has to be a stretch. but Dreamside needs that scope, and in order for it to hit you extra powerfully, I need to remove the rules that let you feel safe. And so this is where the rule actually breaks. And even though this is a rainbow infused image of, like super Lisa Frank everything, right? The thing about it is this is actually a scary moment in the story because Sarah's entire perception of reality is gone. And so now you never know when the wall's going to fall out. You never know when something's going to appear next to her. You never know when you're going to get a shock or something changes. So that it kind of heightens your emotion while you're reading. So that's why this is such an important moment and why it actually is, like I said, it's very close to the end of the story, but there's one big bullet point that gets hit right after this that closes out the story. And I don't want to spoil that, but this is a key point. This is my festive hook moment.
Gosh, I'm so excited to read this.
I'm so excited to have you read it.
Wonderful.
I'm so excited to have another human read it. Oh boy. Wait, I got a spam comment. Oh, it's coming in from Twitch. Want to become famous? Buy followers, primes, and views on bigfollows.com. Do you think I should do it?
Well, you need to
might be to success.
Yeah. How else are you going to be famous? How else are people going to know your name?
Yeah, that's got to be it. You know what? I feel like such an idiot because I didn't know about bigfollows.com. And if only I knew, I feel like I've wasted so much time. I could have been buying all these followers. Because that's my goal as a business, Julia. I got to tell you, that is my goal. My goal is to pay them money and not make any money.
You're killing me.
That's my objective. Oh, I've been doing it wrong this whole time. The Yucca Kickstarter was just a waste of time. I should have just gone to buy followers on bigfollows.com.
No fans were made. Nothing of value was made. Should have gone to buy followers.
Relio Bops 2226 for that comment. That was extremely useful. It'd be very funny if it was not a bot.
It was just like a guy like, oh, I just wanted to promote my site. Oh no.
No, listen, I'm telling you, buy the followers. This will really help you. I've been following you for 5 years. I can't believe how little progress you've made because you've not gone to bigfollows.com. I'm just going to keep promoting that. I think when I set up these streams, I'm just going to promote bigfollows.com.
Yeah, put it like a footnote in the book where you're like supposed to like thank your family and like your wife. Just be like, thank you, bigfollows.com, for making me the man who I always wanted to be.
I thought all these other people were important. That is until I learned about bigfollows.com, which is really the key to happiness.
The title tells you everything. No more questions.
Yeah, just big follows. Like, you know what I need? I need a lot of followers. How do I get it? Bigfollows.com. No nonsense. No nonsense. So you can have fun with spam.
It's wonderful.
You can have fun with spam. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Now I want to take the line. I'm going to borrow the rest of the line because I'm actually really happy with the rest of the line art on this. I kind of just needed to redo the characters, which means I need to switch to my other computer. And let's see if I can take out the line art. That coloring job is not going to work though.
Are you hooked up to 2 PCs while you work on this?
I am. I'm using another computer for the stream because I would love it if I could do it all from the iPad. But the problem with doing that is, one, I can't really control the interface of what's happening with the stream if I am on the iPad, because I have to kind of keep switching back and forth. So that's kind of a hassle, right? And if I go to use the, and also I run into problems with just performance on the device because the tablet just really can't handle that much stuff. I've tried going on live streams on it in the past, and it's just, it doesn't happen. The software will maybe last all of 20 minutes or so before it crashes.
Well, at least you've got a system worked out, because it seems to be working well.
I do have a system, although I still need to work on it a little bit because my current system basically is I have to carry my computer back and forth between my little studio space here and where I normally have it housed because I use my computer for other purposes too. So I've got to figure out a little bit of a better option. But you know what? I will get there.
I believe in you.
I will get there. You will see. I will get there. I suppose you can't see what I'm doing right now, but yeah, I'm isolating the line art so that I can just pull that and then I can get rid of everything else. Although I might keep the sky. I really like that sky.
I'm interested to see how you'll draw the ship, because one of the things I struggle most with my art is mechanical things. I'm like really fine at drawing organic things, but as soon as I need to draw anything robotic, it just looks the worst.
Well, there are a few tricks that you can use when drawing things that are, we'll say, mechanical. Okay, so anything that kind of has a rigid body and has like elements of like, there's a lot of kind of structurally we'll say even bits where you'll have like a perfectly cut shape, right? That's not organic, and if you make it too rough, it doesn't look good. It kind of looks too chunky or organic, so there are a few tricks that you can do with that. First of all, if you're using a software like Procreate, it actually does have the ability to draw straight lines. Okay, so that you aren't like trying to you can like hold the pencil in as you draw. So basically you put the pencil down and then you try and draw a straight line, right, in the rough direction of where you want. And then as long as you don't let go of the pencil, it'll snap it into a straight line. So that can help you create really rigid lines. It actually does the same thing for doing circles and like ellipses and ovals. So if you want to create like a perfect oval or ellipse, you can use the same thing where you draw like a circle, keep the pencil depressed, and then it will draw this like perfect shape for you. So that will help you with the structure. Another thing that I did with this is, although this is redrawn, is I do actually have for the bed, I have a 3D model for it. And so I made like an actual bed plane. Now, I don't think I have the bed plane. I think I just have the regular bed. But then what I would do is I would use the 3D model where I can, right? And take whatever pieces I can. But the nice thing is I can pose it out in 3D in Clip Studio, right? So that's what I was using before that would have the 3D models. I've since kind of stopped doing that because I find now it's actually faster for me just to bite the bullet and just draw it. But that's that's just where I am right now. But it's you can incorporate 3D models where if you make something in 3D, especially something that you're going to have to draw from a lot of different angles, and it might get kind of complicated. That's actually very, very helpful because you can reuse the model from different angles and things like that. So that can end up saving you a lot of time.
Did you use that trick in ukulele at all?
No, I did look into it. In fact, there was one point in production where I was talking to them about using models from the game, like actually grabbing the 3D character models, because I could turn them into like a 3D rig that I could then bring in and pose out in Clip Studio, and I could actually render it so that it would look like a cartoon, drawing. But it would hypothetically save me time. The problem is that no matter how I pose them, I ended up just because I got really kind of warpy and cartoony with the expressions and stuff. And in order to get that kind of freedom to do the kinds of expressions that I needed, I found that even though I had like a pretty quick setup with the models, it took me so long to then edit the models to get more cartoony and more interesting that it was faster just to do it from scratch.
Right, because your designs for them are definitely different from the canonical designs in a more expressive and pushed way, I would say.
Yeah, there was a definite difference in the approach to them, and that was really just kind of a style, a style choice based on need. And there are ways of working with the models as they are, but like I'll give you an example. One of the biggest problems with the game models is like neither character has much of a neck,
Right.
and so what I would run into all the time is when you're in the game, it works really really well because you can do a um, generally when you're looking at the characters in the game, you're seeing them from a distance, right? And the that's great. Like their poses work really well in the game, right? The way that they move around and they animate. But when you're doing a lot of close-ups on the character, like if I do a close-up on their head, then if I keep their proportions the same as they were in the game, the heads are huge.
Yeah.
And then the bodies look like these little like dangling bits that were below this gigantic bulbous head, right? And so in order for me to get around that and have a little bit more of a natural posing for the characters, I really had to modify the size of the head, to work a little bit better with that. So that's just an example. And then I had some other things like the positioning of the facial features was kind of a challenge because they're both very wall-eyed in the sense that, like, especially Yuka, who is a chameleon, right? The far eye is kind of on it's sort of in a position where it wasn't made invisible if I chose a certain 3/4 angle for the face, but it would be there, but you would see only like a sliver of the far eye, and that's
Right.
really bad for readability in a cartoon because I was using outlines, right? So what you would get is like this cluster of outlines that would just look like a mistake. It just looked like a mistake. When I would draw, I'd be like, why is there this cluster of lines on the far side of the head? So I just got rid of the far eye completely. So when you look at Yuka and you see him from 3/4, I don't think people really notice this because you get used to seeing it. At least hopefully people don't really notice, but the character is really only has one eye visible at one time. And it's just because the other eye is on the other side of the head.
Yeah, I have that issue when I'm drawing them too, because I do a lot of fan art, and I always want to draw both eyes because I think that's the most fun for like expressions, but it's just really difficult to fit it in there because of the way they're placed.
Right. Yeah, and that's exactly what I ran into. Yeah, it's just trying to figure out some ways around. I had the same problem with Yuka or with Laylee's nose. So she's got in the game she has kind of a wider like oval shaped nose, and in the book she has more of a circular nose, right? They're still like big noses, but one's circular and one's oval shape, right? And the problem with the oval shape, it was very wide, is that it would obscure her far eye in the same way.
Yeah.
So it's like if I got rid of that wide nose and I replaced it with a circle, I could kind of get her far eye into view. With Laylee, if I was going to have one eye with Yuka, I definitely wanted to have two eyes with Laylee because I didn't want them to kind of twin each other in that regard.
Mm-hmm.
And also Laylee, like I really wanted I wanted like her full face visible because when she is making an expression that's different than Yuka, like she's very, she has extremely flavorful expressions. And I wanted to make sure that you could see her whole face while she's doing that. I think it was more important for Laylee than for Yuka. He has a certain type of expression, but a lot of his they were so either kind of how would I describe his expressions? I wanted him to kind of look very naive, so that he looked very innocent, like throughout the whole thing. He's kind of always like looking curious, and then occasionally he'll look like a little kid, and he kind of just has that sort of kind of vapid like, hey, what's going to happen when I go through this door? And contrast that with Laylee's like sarcastic expression, where she's like, I'm not impressed by any of this. is a funny juxtaposition. And when I would have her kind of small on the panel because she's smaller than he is, and her head is smaller, even though she's got this huge head, it's hard to read her expressions if I didn't really push her eyes. So there's a lot of contrast with her eyes. I heighten the contrast in her eyes. She has very dark eyelashes. and that makes her eyes really readable. So even if she's at a very small size, I can get a lot of expression out of her eyes.
Yeah.
Because Yuka already has that big, thick, kind of dark green border to his eye, right? The kind of fleshy casing of his eye that lets it kind of move around like a chameleon.
Right.
And that provided a lot of contrast. But with Laylee, she's kind of human looking, right? And so I use some more slightly human traits to bring out the expressiveness in her face.
Yeah, I think the most devious that Yuka ever got in the comic was using his tongue to dunk Laylee in the lake after she was being sassy.
Well, the funny thing about that scene is that Yuka, yeah, he's never really mean to Laylee. He just kind of loses his cool. But the funny thing about him in that scene is that when he does that, I kind of wanted it to feel like actually he probably does this a lot to her. You're just not really seeing it in too many scenes, and she's always goading him on. That he's just like, all right, you know what? Take this, you bet, and dunks her and whatever. Because you really wanted to see Yuka do that at that point too, because she's just so awful to him. Like prior to that point, I mean, the opening scene is a microcosm of the whole story. I like doing microcosmic intro scenes. You can see the entire story of Cracklestone in the first 5 pages, because what happens is they're on a quest. They're trying to find this thing. They don't work together. And Laylee becomes critically important that Laylee help Yuka to the final step. Oh, my pencil's out of power. Laylee has to help Yuka to that critical last step because he can't make it up, right? And in the same way, Laylee is needed, or a Laylee equivalent is needed to get through to the Cracklestone,
right?
Over the electrified moat. And so it's a foreshadowing element. But what's fun about it is Yuka doesn't learn his lesson. But the thing that really makes it a fun challenge of character development for Yuka, who's the protagonist of the story, is that what makes it challenging is that Laylee is really a jerk. But he has to respect her perspective on how to move forward regardless, because even though she's mean and she's self-centered, she is deeply concerned about his well-being. So it's like she will take care of him, but he's got to realize that it's like, all right, I've got to listen to her occasionally. I can't just be the superhero all the time. And so in the case where she basically drops him to get the quills, which is obviously a ridiculous moment that she would drop him into a pit, but she doesn't drop him into a pit. She knows that he's going to get flung onto the thing that he can grip onto. But Yuka's the type of character to say, well, what if I fell? Which is, of course, what everybody's thinking. It's like, wait, she doesn't know that he's going to survive.
Yeah.
They just killed him to go get a couple of quills. And that's the fun of Laylee. But really what it's about is setting up a challenge for us as a reader to see how much I can make you hate Laylee, so that when Yuka makes the bad decision to go through Windy Peak, by the way, Windy Peak Pass is the best name ever created. Windy Peak Pass. When I told Andy Robinson Windy Peak Pass, he just stopped and he said, that is just a fantastic name. And you have to understand that Andy, I don't know, this is like a thing. Whenever I talk to the Platonic team, whenever I talk to anybody in England, nobody uses a single exclamation point. Nobody ever gets a rise. Like, I can't get a rise out of them no matter what I do. It's just, they're never impressed, but they are. It's like, but their way of saying that they're impressed is just like, fine job. It could have been the best thing they've ever seen. And Andy would respond with the word ace. He would just say ace, no exclamation point. So I used to make fun of them and I'd say, would you at least give me one exclamation point? All right. If I do something and it's pretty and you like it, and it's like I went out of my way for this page, give me one exclamation point. So now whenever I talk to Gavin, he litters every response with tons of exclamation points.
I mean, you kind of set yourself up for that one.
I think you responded to me in an email once with like 8 exclamation points at the end of every sentence. Oh, they're such smart Alex. Anyway, where was I? So Windy Peak Pass. So that's kind of the critical moment when Yuka realizes, okay, I made a bad mistake, because Laylee is such a wolf crier, that he doesn't pay attention to her, and this is the one time which is like, wait, hang on, we can't actually do this because I can't make it through this. And that's the time when he's like, all right, I'm going to make the decision and I'm going to go through it myself. And then ironically, he loses the only way to get the Crackle Stone. So his insistence on going through so that he can get the Crackle Stone because he has to hurry up is the thing that causes him to be unable to reach the Crackle Stone, which is the wonderful irony of that moment. So yeah, with Laylee, I mean, she pushes him. And so that was needed for the story. Like she's not a jerk because I like writing a jerk. She's a jerk because it gives Yuka a challenge. How and it's fun too. I mean, it's so much fun to make fun of Yuka. I mean, it's so much fun. He's such a boob. I mean, like he'll just walk into any circumstance and just have this smiley, doofy, like, oh sure, let's try this. That'll be fun. And it writes itself that Laylee would make fun of him for it.
Right.
So scene after scene, I could write those characters forever.
Please do.
They're very, very funny. Well, what I want to say is with the story that I came up with for another project would amplify that by like times 10. Like it would be so off the charts with the amount of fun interaction between the two of them. But with Laylee in more of a position of power, oh my God. I mean, it's it's fun stuff. It's fun stuff. I just don't know if I can turn it. I think the thing that kind of halted me on that story a little bit is that I'm not entirely sure that I'm not sure if I can do kind of a full length story with it. Like, I don't know that I would get that much out of it. So, it might be something that's a shorter book or a shorter story, or maybe something that's part of a compilation of stories or something like that.
I think it's totally valid to write a shorter story and just like fund that appropriately for the size,
Yeah, you know what? That's a question that I really was kind of hoping to gain some thought from backers on it. Is would you want to see a shorter story? Because shorter stories are things that I can do obviously much more quickly, and potentially other things too. Like one thing where I got some pushback from people was when I suggested doing like a black and white comic, because a black and white comic is like I can do that pretty quickly,
right?
But people would say, well, the color is kind of something that people really like about the stuff that I'm doing. So I wasn't getting a lot of support there with the black and white. But when it comes to doing shorter stories, that seems like it's kind of I don't know. It seems like it would be an interesting idea.
I would much rather read a fleshed out shorter story than a long story that felt like it was dragging on too long with not enough substance.
Well, I'll add a third option to that: a longer story that's very well fleshed out, but takes 3 years to make.
Yeah, that's a tough choice at that point.
Yeah, yes, yeah, that's tricky. The problem is if I make the wrong choice and I do it too many times in a row, then I'm out of business.
Right.
So I've got to make sure that I'm gauging people's interests and making sure that it's actually what people want to see. But I think the idea of doing a shorter book, say for example, if I were to do like here, I'll just throw out two options here. Imagine that I had like another Cracklestone's size book and something that was a bit more of like an epic story. Or if I were to do say, but that was something that it took me like a year to do. Okay.
Yeah.
And then option two is that I would release 3 times a year, 3 48-page books that would have like mini stories or something like that. So there would actually be a multitude of stories that I could play with, because that's something that I was considering as well, is the idea of doing more books that are shorter, because actually there's this collection of comics that are, they're some of the funniest books I've ever read. They're called Anna and Fraga. It's by a French comic artist, Anna and Fraga, like the word frog, but just with an A at the end.
Okay.
And they're these mini comics where they're longer than like a comic strip. So they have like multi-page mini stories that would usually they're about 4 pages and there's like 6 panels per page, right? So they might be something like a 24-page mini comic or 24 panel mini comic, right? But they kind of loosely connect. And so they're bite-sized in the sense that they're very interesting all the time because if you don't like the plot of one, turn a few pages, and there's going to be something else, right? So they have that kind of comic strip element to it where they change, but they're also long enough that they can tell some kind of more, a little bit more expansive stories. And I thought Yuka is actually kind of perfect for that because there's so many characters with Yuka. There's so many situations that would be a lot of fun. The idea of maybe doing a shorter book like that, because those Anne and Fraga books are like, I think they're 40-page books. But I love cracking them open. And, the 40-page length or 48-page or something like that would mean that it would be something I could potentially produce in a matter of months. So it would be a much more frequent release. So that's something that I'm considering.
I would really like that for Ukulele. I think that's really lends itself to comedy, like you said. And of course, I'd like the long stuff too, but I think now that you've posed that way, I would actually prefer the shorter stories.
You think so?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is that Yuka, there are so many things to explore with Yuka because, I mean, the worlds present a lot of opportunities. And there are a lot of different concepts. And it's like when I was pitching Cracklestone, I did come up with 2 initially, but while I was writing, there were a bunch of other concepts that occurred to me. And then people kept asking about different characters that they wanted to see in the book. And I'm like, I don't really have a place for that character, and so having things where you have these kind of mini storylines would just be a ton of fun.
Right.
And I had, I had some really funny ideas with Capital B and Dr. Quack.
They're wonderful. They're such a fun duo.
Oh, well, they were fun in Cracklestone because it was really fun to watch Dr. Quack go crazy. But between he and Capital B, without getting into detail, I have one that had them as protagonists. And it's just, it's funny stuff. And like Capital B by far is the most fun character to write. Like I have never had so much fun, and he doesn't have nearly enough screen time in the book. Because I wanted to make it about Dr. Quack. But what I realized about Capital B, just after I had committed to the story direction, is that he talks in corporate jargon. And I thought, I cannot get enough of him. I made like a fake Capital B Twitter account just so I could keep writing him. You can find it. Just go look up Capital B, and all the tweets are just like corporate jargon. It's like it's like he speaks a language of the kind of nonsense that you would get in corporate jargon emails. He'll use terms like action items and ninja task force, and he'll use a lot of like cliches like push the envelope and go the distance and things like that are just so much fun. If you can incorporate that into a character's casual lexicon, that is fun stuff. So Capital B, tons of fun to write. Can't get enough of him.
I would love to read a short story about him and Quack. So I approve.
Well, Quack's so funny with him because he's so modest around Capital B, but when he's left to his own devices, it just like his true just evil just comes out, and it's so funny to watch him go from being this this like demonically evil character to suddenly very afraid of Capital B. I love that.
I feel like that Dr. Quack being like the henchman to like the Klungo being Gruntilda's henchman, he feels like the most different character in Ukulele when it comes to the main squad that's been carried over from Banjo. Because like him and Klungo are just so very different. He's much more devious. I
think Quack has a pretty different role. He's a more, I would say he's a more important character than Klungo, I think. In the sense that Klungo, I think, was exactly as you described. I think that with Quack, the fun part about Dr. Quack is that he is a duck, okay, and that's really it. No, it's that he's a duck, but he's like a James Bond villain, or at least he thinks he is. And the fact that if you mix those two ideas together, that he's always scheming and he always has ideas, and he still thinks that he's the big boss, you have instant comedy gold. I mean, nothing could be better. It's a duck in a gumball machine who thinks he's this incredible Bond villain. The one thing that I was really proud of adding to Dr. Quack with the story that I believe the team liked quite a lot was the mechanical arms.
Right. Yeah.
And I love the idea. And what I wanted to do in the book that I didn't really get around to because the pacing just didn't work out that well. I didn't really have enough time for this, was to have mechanical legs as well. And have the gumball machine gradually turn into like a mech. And I'm like, this is amazing. So, I remember pitching it at the time and I'm like, oh, I can't do the legs. But, if I ever do another story, I kind of keep building him out more and more until he's like a skyscraper, but it's still got the gumball machine in the middle. And there's just a little duck head in there.
It'll have to be the next final figure. It'll have to be Mech Quack.
Oh man, Mech Quack. Yeah, Mecha Quack. Mecha Quack. I'm liking that. Mecha Quack. Oh god, and just the word quack is funny. I mean, I don't know why, but I just like when I was writing it, I had him scream quack a couple of times, and when I did that, my intention was just that it was like an onomatopoeia, right, where he's not actually shouting the word quack, he's quacking loudly.
Yeah.
But then I think one of the guys at Platonic was like, why is he shouting the word quack? And I just thought it was so funny that I left it in. And I'm like, every now and again, like a nervous twitch, he just screams the word quack. Like that's just the thing that he does.
It's much funnier to imagine him saying it.
Yes. That's why I left it in, is I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to change it to a scream or a yell or anything like that. He's just going to periodically shout quack. And the more that I have these kind of newfangled, crazy additions to the story, and the less they argued with me about it, they just kind of let it go. I just kept pushing. And, because I'm like, can I make Quack this crazy? Because in the game, he's not like that at all. He's very like he doesn't do like any extreme expressions in the game, but in the book, like he gets like the maniacal crazy face. And I thought, well, that's okay in the book, because the funny part about the book is that he thinks he's this like supreme villain when he's not around capital B.
Right.
And so if he's put in charge, well, I can have a lot of fun with him and have him just turn into this monstrously crazy duck character. And so anyway, but it was that was a really fun character to work with. I can't get enough Dr. Quack. I can't get enough capital B. They're just fun characters.
I'm sorry I've turned this into the ukulele stream again.
No, that's all right. Hey, that's related to. Hey, I did make the book, so it's related. It's related to Dream Prism stuff. Yeah, no, it's good. I mean, half the reason to do these streams is just it's just a kind of just get people watching what I'm doing. It's one of the few things that I can do from a marketing perspective that don't require a lot of separate time and effort.
Right. Because either way, you're going to be working on the book.
I'm going to be working on the book, so I may as well work on the book in front of people.
Yeah.
That's kind of where I'm coming from. Yep. Yeah. So what sort of art do you do yourself?
Gosh. Well, I've made puppets. I'm getting kind of into felting right now. I really like traditional art, mostly colored pencils and markers. Mm-hmm. And I guess on the more crafty side, I've made a plushie before, and I like to use perler beads as well. So it's more like, what art don't I do?
Okay, all right. That's a good variety.
Yeah.
That's very cool. And do you is it primarily like what are your subjects? What do you choose to kind of make with it? Are you working on something kind of long form, or are you just kind of having fun with it, or what?
I normally like to make fan art, but I've had a couple commissions lately. I had to do like a graphic design logo for a friend recently for his tap cleaning company, and I did pull out a vector program, which I hadn't done in a while, but that was fun. And I have another one where I had to sign my first NDA recently, where someone,
oh really?
Yeah, someone sent me work and was like, "Please sign this and don't talk about it." And I was like, "Okay." And that's because he went through his original characters for him. So.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good.
So that's fun.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like a lot of freelance stuff, but it's a good time to experiment and try new mediums and try different things.
Right. Absolutely. It's funny. I read a tweet today from an artist who's, I would say he's got a decent little following on Twitter, more than me. But he made a tweet that I as soon as I read it, I thought, I disagree with that. But I never pick fights, so I dodge around because I'm like, I only focus on the positive stuff.
Right.
It's more productive. And in this case, I'm like, I disagree with this guy because what he was saying was, what was the point he was making? Oh, it was this old thing that I hear every now and again from artists. You particularly hear this from industry artists who have been around a while and are working professionally, and it just couldn't be more wrong. And it's this notion that there's a right way to learn art. And they were saying that this guy was pushing this idea that it's terrible for you to have to unlearn things that are not good technique. So it's good to try and learn it the right way to begin with, which sounds reasonable. But the reason it's not reasonable is because, and this drives me nuts, Julie, is that artists are notoriously awful at understanding the way perspective works. And I don't mean artistic perspective. What I mean is the artists just seem to always either see perfection or nothing working. And there often is not a lot of middle ground, especially when it comes to teaching art, and teaching technique, because this is where I'm getting at with this is, let's say that somebody learns, quote unquote, the bad way to do something, right? And they have a bad technique. Okay, so they have to kind of like learn the proper technique, right? If that happens and you say, well, this is bad because you learned the wrong way, and now look at the bad things that you have to do to fix yourself. The problem is, if they didn't learn the bad way, they may have learned no way. So it's sort of like you got to learn to think outside this bubble of, it's like, oh, well, there's a bad result of what you did. Well, okay, but would the result have been worse if you came in with too much direction at the beginning? If somebody did something the wrong way because they felt good about it and it made them draw, that's better than the alternative, which is not do anything at all.
Yeah.
And so this inability of artists, I have to say, and I hear this from so many artists, which is why I accuse artists of this. I don't get along very well with a lot of artists, Julie, to be perfectly honest, because I find a lot of this kind of thing that is, it's a strangely restrictive concept for something which is so free and open. There's so many ways that you can approach art that work for you, that are going to be different from what other people experience and how they want to do it. So it's a terrible idea, I think, to tell somebody that they're learning the wrong way, because if you do that, they might be choosing either the wrong way or no way. It's not a choice between the right way and the wrong way. You see what I mean? That was never a choice. So anyway, I don't even know. Why did I bring that up?
You felt inspired when I talked about.
I felt inspired. I felt upset, actually, is more like it. But yeah, when I read that, I thought, so it, to the two people who will watch the stream, who might be artists, don't listen to that junk. Just learn your way. And if it doesn't work out, if it's a bad way, then change it up. I mean, look at my art. Like, I'm redoing a piece I didn't like in the past that, by all accounts, someone will look at and say, well, it was fine before it was finished. Why are you redoing it? And be like, well, because it's not right for the story. Some things are wrong. But if I didn't start with that piece, I wouldn't be at this point now.
Right. I feel like that original mentality kind of like treats people like they're dogs. Like, well, you've shot them wrong, and now they can never unlearn that. It's like, well, no, human beings are pretty adaptive.
Right. And the general point overall is, even if it's hard to unlearn, assuming that you have to unlearn, is that harder than never doing anything because you're afraid you're going to do it the wrong way? and then be worse off than you were before.
Right.
So I think it's worth it to have that kind of perspective that it's okay to learn the wrong way, if there even is such a thing. Yeah, there's so many people who learn forever. This is the other thing too with these. I remember talking to a Disney animator friend of mine years ago when I first moved out to California, who had, I'm gonna say, he kind of had one of those forever learner perspectives.
Right.
I don't like the forever learner perspective because at the end of the day, say, why am I learning? It's like, well, I'm learning so that I can make things. It's like, well, why not just start making something, and then you'll figure out what you need to learn. But sometimes the forever learners, like in this guy's case, he was in his 60s, and he had been animating with Disney, so he's obviously a very skilled artist, and he was a traditional artist. He was a traditional animator with Disney. So this guy knew what he was doing, but he never felt like he was ready for anything. It was just like, oh, I need to learn how to make comics. You're like, what? What do you mean you have to learn how to make a comic? It's a comic. Just make a comic. Just do it. You know what it looks like. If it doesn't work, then redo it.
And of course, if you're animating at Disney, you're already so high in the upper echelon of like knowing how to do art that like it's silly to think that you wouldn't be capable at that point.
Right. But that's just it. He did. He was firmly convinced that he had so much learning to do. And so I think that I call them the always learners, is that they're always prepping for something that they'll never end up doing. It's tragic. It's like, it's almost like, here's a nerdy analogy for you. It's kind of like when you're playing an RPG and you get all these great power-ups that you could use during battle, but you never use them in the game because you keep thinking, oh, I'll save it for a big boss battle. And then you get to the boss battle. You know what I mean? You get to the boss and you're like, oh, this isn't a tough enough boss. I'll save it for like the end boss. And then you get to the end boss and you forget you even had it. And then it's over.
Yeah, exactly. I'm guilty of that sometimes, so I totally
I'm guilty of it too, and that's just it. It's nonsense, really. I mean, it's good to get out there and make the thing you want to make. Just make the thing you want to make. If it's terrible, people will let you know.
And then you can use the thing you made as an experience to make the next thing better.
That's right. Yeah, I think that's pretty much how it goes. I'm going to get some character color in here, and that's probably going to be my last step before I sign off here.
Well, thank you so much for having me. I was definitely nervous coming on because I'm starstruck talking to you because I love your work. But
oh man, no, that's come on, it's just me. No, I appreciate that. No, it's great. No, I enjoy talking to you. It's been great, and it's the most fun thing for me with doing all this stuff is really, I mean, I'll sit here and stare at the iPad all day. It's not like glorious work. And so when somebody, sometimes I'll look and I'll be like, does anybody care that I'm doing this? So it's like if somebody responds and is actually enjoying what's being done, then that's the best thing ever. That's great. So it really makes my day.
Well, thank you. I'd love to be back on for more banter if you ever.
Oh yeah. This is fantastically natural banter that we're having here. So this is fantastic. So let's do it again. And I've got a number of people that I've talked to about jumping on these. And in fact, it's a lot of fun if you can get multiple people on one because it just makes for a much more interesting conversation.
Right.
And so, we'll try and see if we can get some folks, definitely got to get some fun folks from different parts of the industry and see if they can join me at some point. Anybody from England needs, scheduling like 9 months in advance. So I can never get them to do anything. But I did talk at one point, I talked to Kevin Bayless about getting on.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Let me know if you get him.
Yeah. Oh, he's such a nice guy. Kev Bayless. Of course I've got to get David Wise on here.
Oh yes.
We've got to do that. And so, yeah, it'd be a lot of fun as we do more and more of these. We'll have more and more fun people, much, much more interesting than myself. And that's kind of the goal, is get people who are more interested than Dave. This should be the goal, is more interesting than Dave podcast. Is that what this is? Is this a podcast? If I'm on multiple platforms, can I call it a podcast?
I think you can. You just have to come up with a fun name for it. And you already did. There you go.
There's the fun name. The fun name is Dave plus more interesting people. Let's see. Dave, what can I call it?
You can call it bigfollows.com plus Dave.
Plus Dave. Oh, perfect. Bigfollows.com plus Dave. Dave searches for followers. Dave searches for followers. That's what it is. Hey, I can poke fun at this because you know what? Everybody is trying to do the same thing with this. It's like, oh, I guess I have to make a live stream where I go on and talk about things while I make my art that I'd rather do privately. No, I'll go on and tell people that that's what my intention is. That'll be more interesting. And then I'll earn those followers with bigfollows.com. I mean, look, now that I know about bigfollows.com, I've got nothing else to worry about.
Yeah, you can just kind of like cancel the Kickstarters now. You're good. You're set.
I think I'm going to just buy a mansion right now, all on credit. You know, I mean, why not? I mean, with bigfollows.com, I mean, the numbers that they're talking about. I mean, seriously, I could probably have like 1 million followers.
At least, at the very least, a big
amount. That would, I mean, what would that lead to in terms of sales? I'm guessing at least millions of dollars, right?
Big sales.
I would say probably day one I'll be funded at like $1 million. So this is really, you know what? I'm taking off here, Julie. I'm too big. I'm too big for this conversation now.
I understand.
Podcast.
It was lovely to meet you, and I hope that you'll remember me when you're just horrendously famous with bigfollows.com.
How can I forget? You keep ordering things. So, yes. Well, very good. Well, let's have you on again, and we'll see you around that time. That'll be fun, and we'll like I said, we'll try and get some people from Platonic, try and get some other folks, and maybe I can net some folks from the Insomniac crew if they remember me.
Gosh, I'm gonna have a heart attack if you have all these people that I idolize on.
No, they just good folks who love talking about themselves and everything that they're doing. So that's especially people from Platonic, man. They love talking about themselves. Yeah. So, but anyway, all right, cool. Well, thanks for joining, Julie. We'll see you next time.
Thanks again for having me, and have a wonderful day.
Yeah, you too. All right. Well, it's just me. Am I interesting enough for you? I have no idea. Without Julie here to confirm through a voice that I'm entertaining, I have no confidence. So I'm going to put back on Mitch Murder. Where are we here? Oh, that's the stuff. Hey, Froggy with Fries is still here. What a great name. What a great name. Will you look at this name? That is a great name. All right, where was I? I've got to put some color in this. You know, I really should have taken some of the color from the ship itself. Maybe I'll do that. All right, let me see. I think I merged the shadows down on this. Why do I do this to myself? All right, forget it. I'm just going to redo it. It'll be faster. All right, let me grab my characters from another page. So we'll go back here. So my intention here is just to, in the fastest possible way, get the color reference I need. So I can just pick from this as I color these characters. And as usual, the characters are not all the way finished with the line. That's okay. It's not my intention at this point because I figure things out as I'm doing the color. So sometimes it's better if I can just move ahead, get some of the color in there, and then I'll refine the line as I go. All right. So yeah, some people have asked about brushes, and I actually I pretty much just use the one pencil brush, the 6B brush. I use it for everything. So I use it for the line art. I use it for the coloring. The only thing that I do a little bit different from the standard settings is I have a few different pencils. One that goes a little thicker when I turn it on its side, which is this one. So I use that for color fills because I can very quickly fill in areas by turning the pencil on its side. But then I can also, go a little straighter on, which will give me a sharper tip. So I can get in and work with a bunch of different shapes. So that's pretty, it accommodates most of what I need. And then I have another one that doesn't get thicker when I turn it on its side. It does a little bit, but very little. And the reason that I have that one is when I am trying to do artwork, when I'm trying to do line work, rather, it can be a little bit tricky with the way the pencil works. If I turn it on its side, and I don't know if this is just because of my settings or what, but it can sometimes get a little bit too wide too quickly. So I like to tilt the pencil on its side. If I was drawing with a pencil on paper, I can get used to the feel so that I know kind of like when the tip is on the paper and when the width of the entire graphite tip is colliding with the paper, and so that I can turn on its side and still get a sharp line. But digitally, it's having to do a process to get there. And so that's a little bit trickier to do. So I just eliminate that widening process that happens completely when I want to do certain kinds of line art. So I keep the two different brushes for that purpose, but I'm pretty much just cycling between those two. And that's it. Yes, thick color fills, right. Did I mention that I love Mitch Murder? Mitch got a track in Hotline Miami 2. Nice. Nice. Never played those games. This one's going to look a lot better because I'm going to have a lot of fun with the shadows on this. Because one of the problems with the original, as you can see, I really, I have shadow on the back side of them, but I was using such a bright reflected light here that really wouldn't show on them. That they don't contrast well. I really want that light to sort of blow out in this space so that we get like these nice deep shadows on the characters. So I'm having a lot more fun with that. All right. I got basic colors put in for the characters there. And I'm pretty happy with these new poses. I think they're a lot stronger than what we had before. Yeah, just a little too crazy before. And there's the added problem that they just didn't make much sense for their positioning. So this way, I think it actually looks like they could be Dream Girl is standing and Sarah is sitting on her legs here. So I think that works. All right, so cool. I think I'm going to sign off. It has been 5.5 hours. That's quite a long stream. I've been sitting here with you for that long. How have you put up with me for 5.5 hours? I don't know, but apparently you have. Oh, so yeah, I think the pose is a lot more fun. So it'll get better and better. You got to add some shadow in there, add some color variants and color gradients. You know how I do it. And we will make it glorious. We'll make it very, very pretty. So join me for more streams soon and see where it goes. All right. So thanks for spending some time with me today. And we will see you next time.